On that triumphant note, I think we're good to start. Alright. Streaming. Let's see, let's have a think. First things first, we're gonna update the stream information. You know, uh, we'll put, what's it called? Dailies. PvE. Endgame PvE. And festivities. I think that'll be not bad. Let's see. Oh, that'll do. We'll update this as the stream title. Wizard Vault Dailies, Endgame PvE, and Festivities. There we go. Pretty good. Alright, without further ado, let's just go right ahead. Start doing our dailies. Aye. Cool. Streaming a bit earlier than I thought I would today, but... Oh, what's this? Yep, festival's back up. Oh, right, true, there's a whole bunch of new stuff. Alright, well, as per usual, let's just go ahead, grab our prisoner token, log off with this character. We'll do this one next. We'll grab our charged crystal, and we'll start heading over to do some other things. Here we go. This is what we want. Prototype position rewinder. Oh, let's grab this and check out what the dailies are. Okay, simple enough. And, okay, very doable dailies. Very, very doable. We'll do those ones. Complete one event and then defeat 10 enemies because we can get that done pretty easily. There. Nice, that's our daily 6 crystals. And that's pretty good. Let's get our daily done here. We'll log into Arborstone and we will do the hero point as per usual. Just because it's very simple and it gives a little bit of experience. Gets me a little bit closer to getting the next spirit shard, so I don't have to worry about running out. Although, it's not really as though I need to worry about running out anytime soon. I mean, after all, I don't really use my spirit shards except when I'm upgrading materials, when I'm making a legendary, or when I reach the maximum amount that I've got. So... Oh. Forgot to disable my F1 to so on keys, my function lock. I think that's what it's called, the function lock. But it means that when I press F1 through to F12, it doesn't actually hit these buttons. Instead, it sort of raises the volume or whatever they're bound to. That's that. Let's log into this one. And we'll get our Eternal Ice, Eternal Ice Shards. I don't know how many per day this gives. That might be a good idea to keep track of. Okay, well 41 just from that chest alone. Another 3, so 44. And I can't really see. Oh, this reminds me. Is the daily... Just thinking. We might as well get it done. I mean, there's a node right here, so we can go ahead and use that node, make a little bit of progress towards it. Here we go. And then we'll just continue our usual route. Wasn't expecting to get hit on the way down, but we can deal with it. Oh. Oof. As you can tell, I don't exactly have the most experience with Weaver. Oh man, we are getting kind of bodied here. Not ideal. Alright, one down. We'll let him run. We'll assume he was just scared off by my incredible rotation. However, however biased and untrue those claims might be. So let's see. Yesterday, Tuesday, patch day, they put out the patch that added the Halloween festival to the game. So I think we'll make one of our goals for this stream to check out what's new. Because I've never really properly engaged with the Halloween festival. Like I've never really gone for I mean, of course, there's the Halloween daily, so on and so forth. But where is it? Should be under. It's under side stories. I don't think it's under side stories. Here it is. Festivals. Festivals. These ones. I've never really engaged in these ones. Do these look any good? Not really. Where's the... Here we go, so we can see what they're supposed to look like. I'm not a massive fan of them. It is funny that they've just got the toes out on them, though. It always makes me laugh when I think about the drop from treasure mushrooms, where all it is just invisible slippers or invisible shoes. It's kind of hard to deny the foot fetish allegations when that's the kind of thing that we have in game. Oh. Here we go. Oh, shoot. Messed up there. There you go. It comes in useful sometimes, that Soto Mastery, where you'll randomly gain Bond of Vigor in unexpected moments. There we go. Now that is a bit loud. I'm going to turn the game down just a tiny bit on my end. There we go. Great. Another 4 Ecto. Now we're over a stack of Ecto. So that is pretty good. Pretty happy with that. Oh, and we've reached over a stack of Imperial Fragments on this character. So we're going to use the converter and turn all that into some unidentified greens, because I don't really have any use for the what are they called? Oh, there's another little sapling I can gather right here. Make some progress on the daily. It's pretty good. I'm gonna use the roller beetle just because I like going fast. Even though it is mostly uphill this way, so you don't really get to see the full speed of the beetle. But it's not bad. Oh, hop off here. Grab this. I'm hoping that they don't aggro on us. Lovely. And I remember seeing over this way on the mini-map, there it is. Another cypress sapling. And that should be us done with the daily. Yep. No, not the Black Lion Trading Company, but over here. There you go. So we'll have an even easier time of getting the dailies done. We will still need to head to the Heart of Maguma regardless, but one less to do. And then we'll park this character right back where we took him from, because there he will be able to sit tight, and we'll be able to pick him back up tomorrow, collect the Eternal Ice Shards once again, follow the same route pretty easily. The Sky Scale really helps with that. I used to do the same route when I didn't have the Sky Scale unlocked with the Springer. And night and day. Really night and day. Oh, lucky. Pristine Toxic Ore Sample. That is pretty good. Pop that there, and let's sell some of this. There we go. Oh, one thing I did want to do. I don't remember. Here it is. Here's the armor smithing station. And it was a boreal, I think, canteen. Yeah, because I've got the Eternal Ice Shard, so I've got the Aetrite, no problemo. Superior Rune of Holding. How much did it cost? It's from this guy. Oh, relic recipes. Oh, good to know. I never really checked out relics. I haven't really checked out relics just yet. So that is really good to know, actually. Right, and of course, over here we've got the heavy armor recipes for legendary armor. So our Refined Envoy Greaves, Breastplate. Oh, I don't have this yet. Okay, well, I'll need to get that once I have all the things to do so. Where? Here we go. Superior Rune of Holding, 10 gold. Okay, it's more expensive than I expected, but that's alright. Because I have, on this character, I have full 20 slot bags. But what I'd like to do, it's one of my longer term goals, is I want to get every single character on my account in full 20 slot bags. That used to be the case. I used to have everyone with 20 slot bags. Until recently, when I got a new character. And now, Not everyone has the full 20 slot bags. Let's see. Ah, yes. Gotta log in on this character. This character doesn't have it either, and he never has. But that's because he has too many slots to fill, and he's got some bags that I think are bigger than 20 slots. Yes, he's got these 20 slot exotic equipment boxes that I bought back when I started playing. This is from achievements. This one is the starter backpack, of course. I think this one's another achievement. This one's an achievement. This one you can just buy off the trading post. And this one is, you get it from Living World Season 4. But the rest of them cost a lot to make. So that is the biggest bag I have on my account. But I don't really... I don't really think I'll make bags that are any bigger than that, because I'm pretty good on inventory management. I just like having... Oh, let me take that. I just like having about 100 just hanging out. Alright, we are now at 285. We're working our way back up to having 400. That's pretty good. Alright, at this point we've done every single daily that I wanted to do. So we're good to head into Heart of Thorns now. We'll do it with this character. We'll head into Heart of Thorns. We'll get our little Wizard's Vault dailies done. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop this up. Just adjusting that. Oh, what is today's End of Dragon Strike? Sunlight Junkyard. Yep, I can do that. We'll do our Wizard's Vault dailies, our tier 4 fractals. We'll do our End of Dragon Strike. And today is Wednesday, middle of the week. I don't think there's going to be anybody raiding, is there? Oh, nice. Sterling is online already farming the new festival. Wing 3 full clear. Yeah, but they want 50 KP and I don't have 50 KP. Wing 2 reflect 10 KP. Okay, I could do that. I've done that before on both Mesmer and Guardian. The final boss has an ability that shoots projectiles, and you reflect those projectiles to get rid of the shield that he has. So that's what they're on about. Heart of Maguma, any one of these counts, doesn't it? Is there a meta going on? Because that would probably be Knight and bosses. Oh, there is. But it is 56, so I'll join this, and I'll zip on over, even though I kind of doubt that we're going to have time for it. Yeah, so far today we'll do Wizard's Vault dailies, tier 4 fractals, End of Dragon Strike, and we'll see what else we get up to. Oh, we want to make sure we're in the right map. Let's just join him in Auric Basin. Alright, where's the commander? Here he is. Yep. Okay, great. We managed to make it in before the actual assault began. So that's very lucky. Very, very cool. And if you're wondering why I'm doing this, there's a simple enough reason. There's a weekly, which is complete the meta event Battle in Terrir. So, completing the meta event for this map will then go ahead and allow you to get a weekly done, and then I'll be at 5 out of 6, and I just have to do one more, which will be easy enough, you know, pretty straightforward. Because I'm saving up Astral Claim to get the Griffin skin, since the rewards are changing in 19 days. Let me summon my Flesh Golem while I'm here. Yeah, and I've already got Auric Dust on this character. I haven't opened my home instance in a while. I'm thinking about whether or not I might want to do that, but I don't... The problem I have is I don't really do Heart of Thorns metas that often. This guy's got a beautiful Skyscale skin. I don't really do Heart of Thorns metas that often. What I do... There we go. What I do is I will... Look at that. That's fantastic, isn't it? And the character's really cool looking as well. Got the earmuffs. I think that's Generation 2 Legendary Longbow. And they've got, of course, the amulet going on. Look at that raptor skin. Oh, it's disappeared the second I pointed out. But that was a really nice looking one. But, what was I on about? Yeah, the problem with my home instance is I have a lot of the nodes. So it is worth it for me to go ahead and harvest it. But I don't do the metas as often as I should. You know, in theory, you want to do them once per day, but I I just don't do that. Uh, I try and do my fractals once a day, my dailies if I can really be bothered. But Heart of Thorns metas. I like Ulrich Basin. It's very straightforward. It's very laid back. Verdant Brink is. Whew, I gotta chase the commander on that one because they move fast and they destroy the mobs. The same with Dragon Stand. I'm kind of lost when it comes to Dragon Stand a little bit. And when it comes to Tangled Depths, I love Tangled Depths. Tangled Depths is really good fun. So I don't mind doing Tangled Depths. I don't mind doing Auric Basin. For Auric Dust, they're saying in map chat. What a battle cry. But when it comes to Verdant Brink, I'm just not in love with it as I am with the others. Alright, here we go. Da, 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 da. Immediately we're lagging. Oh. Yeah, complete one event in Heart of Maguma. Flame. Great. And then I will grab this just to get rid of it. Alright, let's dive down. Ooh, we are dropping frames. Not ideal. Really not ideal. Now, you can use your mount to skip forward with this. Oh, we still got hit by the explosion, but we didn't die. We didn't get downed. So having done so, we can pull up our herbicide turret down, interact with it, you know, come out of action cam so it'll just automatically target the Octavine. Make sure we have the Octavine tab selected, and then just keep spamming one when it comes off cooldown. And eventually that'll get rid of these little layers. This is probably why I enjoy North the most. It's very straightforward. Once you plonk down your cannon, you know, you're pretty much good to stick with it. And you just keep shooting off cooldown, and that's that. Oh, there we go, our cannon got destroyed. But Octavine is vulnerable. Alright, damage rotation time. Yeah, that's not... I keep on pressing 2, even though I shouldn't. It's not part of the rotation. But I just really like how it looks. I think it's a beautiful animation. And it feels like it should be part of the rotation. Even though it's not. Okay, we gotta chill on this. We're gonna go... I think if we run to this side, we want to head west. Ideally, we want to head south, to be honest. Because the Octavine is barely alive here. Yeah, and boom, defeated. That's kind of what I was afraid of. So we need to go support south ASAP. Okay, done. We are out of combat. So now, if we head this way, I think, yeah, the guy in front of us has just done it, but you can just walk over to west. Okay, this is west, and we want to go head. Ooh, Octavine is vulnerable. Alright, we'll stay here. We'll provide our DPS, you know, our services, so to speak. Boom, boom. Put on 2 wells, and then a spin to win. Alright, great. This meta is a success. East and south are dropping like flies. Success. There we go. Nice and easy. Oh, right. Now, there's a second rush here, which we're going to do. Yeah, we really are dropping frames. Sheesh. Not ideal. But this Tarnished Trader, he does actually have... we're just going to step back and use our ranged abilities on him. Little Warhorn Blast, you know, and then we're going to step in and deal some big damage. Just down him. Oof. My goodness. Can I... No, everything's already at... The model limit is already at lowest. Oh well. But he can only be summoned once, I think. Whereas this champion, there's a cooldown on it, and the cooldown is rather long, and you don't want to fight him on your own. Whereas over here with the champion, the cooldown is much shorter, and he's far easier to fight. And you can summon him repeatedly. He's a repeatable hero point. So usually you want to rush down. I'm just claiming all these rewards. You want to rush down, make sure that you get the other dude. I forget what his name is. Oh, right. And when it comes to keys here, right, you're going to need 27 keys. I believe that's the correct number. I'm not sure, because it's been a while since I did the Terrier meta. Let me just open up all of this. Ooh, nice. You might hear my washing machine in the background for just a second, but it'll be quiet, and there we go. It's quiet now. Alright, let's put all that away. What do we complete? Oh yeah, there we go. Weekly obtained, but we have to obtain all the loot. So if we teleport back up to the Forgotten City waypoint, we're going to be able to talk with the Exalted Mastery vendor and make sure that we have 27 keys. It also gives other people a bit of time to go ahead and run ahead of us, so that we don't have to deal with having to load all that many players. So we head down here. Just going to glide to come down. Said I was going to glide and I just immediately swapped to the Griffin. Here we go. So usually there's about 3 chests around here. This one and then another 2. The location varies. There's like 2 different we'll call them presets that they can load in, right? So sometimes the 2 chests are on this side, and over on the other side there's only 1. And sometimes it's this layout where there's 1 in the middle, so on and so forth. But from what I remember, you need about 27 keys to make sure that you can open every single chest in here. And if you don't have 27 keys, you want to go for these big ones, right? Like this one that we just opened, because they're the ones that have a chance of dropping this infusion that you can get. Da, da, da. Like every single one of these exalted chests gives loot, right? They give unidentified gear, so on and so forth. But only those big ones have a chance of dropping the infusion, which is a really low percentage. I've never dropped it. I actually did get it from, there's one other way of getting, and that's how I got it. It's a really low chance as well, but you can, if you use a converter for bloodstone dust called Herta, Herta, which you get through doing an achievement, you can then end up consuming Herta. So you double click on Herta and she will convert a stack of bloodstone dust into a little package, right? Like a consumable item. When you consume that item, it acts like a little bag, so you can open it up and you have a chance of getting the infusion. And that's how I got it. And I sold it, and I honestly, it's maybe one of my minor regrets. I just instant sold it on the trading post because I tried to go through the process to sell it outside of the trading post through player trading. But this was the first ever time that I did that. So I had absolutely no, it's called reputation. And essentially, the more trades you make, the more you're trusted, because the more of a history you have, right? So coming to do my first ever trade, as someone who didn't have any rep, I would have needed what's called a middleman. So they take, I want to say like a 5 to 10% cut. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but they take a fixed percentage of however much the item is sold for, right? And so you lose out on a little bit, but you do make a sale. Because the trading post has, first of all, has fees, right? So when you put stuff on the trading post, it'll get taxed. I think it's Aurelium Infusion. That's what it's called. Here we go, Liquid Aurelium Infusion. Yeah, 1 point something thousand. And I think I instant sold it, whichever one it was that I got, and I got like 800 gold. So whoever I instant sold it to was extremely happy. Personally, I was happy. 800 gold out of nowhere was an insane amount. Especially at the time, and even now would still be a lot. And it took me to 1,000 gold on my account, which I proceeded to splurge on making a legendary. But I was very happy with that. And what I should have done is I should have had a little bit more patience. You know, I should have I should have talked it through with my friends who play Guild Wars 2 and gone, okay, uh, sort of convinced myself, to hold diamond hand, so to speak. But instead, I, paper-handed a little and I folded, and I just instant sold because I couldn't stand the thought of it just sitting on the trading post for months. And then it's off of a Reddit that they do all this, a Reddit and a Discord, and someone else put a listing for the exact same infusion, I think like 200 cheaper than mine, and I was like, okay, I'm getting undercut on the trading post, like on the unofficial trading post. There is no way I'm waiting, so I just ended up going, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and just instant sell, and I did. All right, let's see. Please show me your wares, so on and so forth. I want to sell the milling stones and the leaf fossils. The ebon blade is a really nice skin. That's right, 1 gold and a bit listed right away. And this I am just going to go ahead and salvage. Superior into vampirism, not a great salvage, but oh well. And 3 ecto, nice, 270 ecto now. Oh right, the trick-or-treat bags, did they change what's in them? Oh, there are some nice looking weapons. Kind of funny. It reminds me a bit of Don't Starve, with all the spiders that there are in there. Here, let me hide my inventory. What else is there? Of course, there's Onus. But Onus is cheap to get, so is Jailbroken. Grim Pact. Oh, that's kind of funny. A skeletal hand. I'm not a massive fan of that. Vasago. Ooh. Oh, that is funky. What is that, an axe? That's kind of funny. Pumpkin Smasher, which I have, I think. Yeah. As a hammer. Amusing. kind of fun. Nightwing. Oh. You can make like a, what's it called? A vampire hunter cosplay with that. That's just amusing, of course. Revenge. Yeah, a bloodstained blade, classic. Soul contractor? Conductor. Looks like it's right out of some anime. Let's see, what else is there? Mini Zuzu, Cat of Darkness. The old pillowcase. Oh, right, to unlock the Tricks and Treats collection. Mini Devil Dog. Pumpkin Jack. Festive Transom. What is a transom? Huh. Of course, the Enchanted Music Box. Courtly Weapons Chest. Ember Infusion. Of course. Another infusion, gift, and then gifts, so on and so forth. And polysaturating, reverberating ones. Yep. Oh, that's kind of funky. As a torch skin. Not a massive fan, though. Alright, let's see what else there is. The Heralded Executioner. It's pretty okay looking. It's alright. The Guided Executioner. That's not bad. Does it? Yeah, it doesn't look any different when it's stowed, okay. Sanction Executioner is a great sword. This reminds me of the Blood Legion weapon. I'm not a massive fan. Barbed Refuge. That's kind of cool. I can get behind that. This one is funky looking, but it's a bit much. With the giant wings on the crossguard. Corroding Abyss. Well, that's cool. Now that's really nice. It is gigantic, but it is really nice looking. Pale Light's Companions. Huh. I like this. Oh no, I really like this actually. Harvest Grin. I bet you it's worth a ton. Harvest Grin. It is not sold. Wow. Interesting. Oh, account bound on acquire. That's why it's not sold. And then Nightmare Spitter. Okay, classic looking axe. Kind of looks like Kratos' axe from God of War. Let's see. What was it called? What was the name of this chest? Where's it gone? Courtly weapon chest. If we look, how much are they going for? Courtly. Okay, they're apparently untradeable. Good to know. Alright, let's have a think. That was that. We're almost done with this. This one, this daily used to give a mystic coin, but now it doesn't anymore, I don't think. This is a shame. Alright, and we just need to kill another 6 enemies and then we're good. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. And then I'm gonna go hang up my laundry and we'll take a little break. Ah, the perfect target. Pocket raptors. Yep, that's us immediately at 90%. And there we go, 100%. So that's that, and that's the daily done. Very good. Let's just jump up here. And you know what, we'll be a little cheeky. We'll open one more chest. There we go. Alright. Let's head to the Mistlock Sanctuary. And that's our Wizard's Vault dailies done. So I will take them off the list. Still got our tier 4 fractals and our End of Dragon Strike. Oh, right, and then Festival. Exclamation point. There we go. I'll do that. That is not bad. Alright, so having reached here, we're going to just go ahead and... we'll hold on to these for now, I guess. We are going to salvage these, though, because that is a lot. We'll salvage all of these. And let's see. Only 9. I'm disappointed. I thought we would have more. Oh well. Alright. So we're gonna go ahead and... nope, not this, sorry. We'll pop this in here. We'll have another character pick them up. And then we're gonna go ahead and make some more mithril ores. Or mithril ingots. Don't want this, we want mithril. Yep, I've got space to fit another 50, so we'll go ahead and do that. Oop. And this character has full 24 slot bags because this was back when I didn't have anything to spend my gold on, so I went ahead and I made this character full 24 slot bags. Okay, next up on our list is going to be fractals. What are today's fractals? Deepstone, Siren's Reef, and Molten Furnace. Okay, Siren's Reef is... it'll be an experience. And the rest of them are not too bad. Alright, so for now, we are going to pause the stream. And I will be back once I've hung up my laundry. Alright, I am back. Took my little break, had a sip of water, hung up my laundry. Okay. So. Oh, thank you, Eve Quill, for the follow. Let's see. Let's take a look. I said we were gonna do fractals next. Let me message one of my friends. Because they're online. To ask them if they want to do fractals. Depending on their answer, we might do a bit of a mute stream while I hop into a Discord call with them. Because I don't know if they'd be comfortable being broadcast. I don't know. My bet is that they won't be. So I might do a mute stream where it's just pure gameplay up until we're done with fractals. At which point, oh, actually, they might want to do strikes as well. I'll message them. We'll see. Because they're currently in Arborstone. So they might be doing the strike. Sunlight, Jade, Junkyard. And Dragon Daily, need all plus a commander. Okay. Well, in the meantime, let's take a look at what else we can do. We can try and see if we can't get one of these dailies done. The Shadow Behemoth boss. This item comes in useful at the weirdest moments. Okay, it's approaching. Yeah, we'll teleport this character to there. Simply because that way we're I was gonna say, in place. We're already in position for if they don't respond and if the world boss spawns, so we can do the world boss. Let me go on to this. Here we go. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. There you go, there's already a couple people just chilling, relaxing. Oh, is that a fennec? A fennec. No, it's a desert fox. No, wait, that looks like a fennec though. Hold on. Hold on. Images.google.com. Let me get this up. Yeah, here we are. A fennec. You're not gonna tell me that that's not a fennec. I mean, come on. Come on. Look at him. He's just a little guy. He has to be. Oh, well, you can't really see him because he's being blinded, but look at the little dude. That's a fennec. But they have it marked as a desert fox. Well, I mean, I guess. I suppose. Man, my friend is not responding. Give him another little bit, and then we'll see. Ay. Oh, in the meantime, I should go sell this stuff. There's no point in hopping into Mistlock for that. We'll just run to the little vendor at the end of the swamp here. Here we are. Oh, immediately we start slowing down the moment that we hit the land. Here, sell this. And you know what? We'll mess around. We'll open all of these. I don't really care for the gold that I could get from it. Mostly I care about... If I do this... Alright, some of those got put away. Care about this, the exotic essence of luck. Because they're used to make Generation 3 legendaries. Oh, nice, a little bit of nourishment. Not bad. But yeah, I mostly care about those because I like the little trail. I mostly care about those because they're used to make Generation 3 legendaries. And I was thinking I might want to make a legendary again. Another Generation 3 one. But because you do need a stack of exotic tier luck, it might take me a little while. Wow, look at this character. Now that's a nice char. Really cool looking with the Maguma staff. Very funky. I like the braids on top of the horns as well. And the shawl is really good actually. Huh. It's really, really good. Very funky. I'm not a big fan of Asura in general. I don't know, I don't think that they look as good. Okay, how long ago did I message my friend? 5 minutes. It's been 5 minutes. Behemoth will be here in 15 minutes. Let me just change the stream title. There we go. Change it to that. Terror of Fractals, End of Dragon Strike, the festival. That's basically all we have to do. I mean, we'll wait for the Behemoth, I guess. Although, is there another weekly that we could do? Oh, I do feel kind of like doing a jumping puzzle. Yeah, but here there's the calm. Where is this jumping puzzle? If it's somewhere I don't have map comp in, then I'll take this character. Malkor's Leap. I'm pretty sure I do have map comp in Malkor's Leap. Let me check. Yeah, I have 100%ed. 100%ed. There. Oh, Cursed Shore, I have not. I'll give it another 5 minutes, just to give my friend... Oh, he logged off. Alright, well in that case, we are just going to hop right into Sunlight, if we can. Let's see. Oh, this is the CMs. I've never done the CMs, although I would like to. I think that might be something I might want to get into, doing at least Etherblade Hideout CM. But I gotta look into guides and so on. Let's see. No groups going on for Sunlight. Are there any groups for Fractals? Yes, they want DPS. They want pots and food. I do have pops and food. Bum bum. Alright, let me load into Mistlock, and then I will load into the Fractal with pots and food active. Alright, great. One of the people in the party pinged some Ascended food, which is really helpful. I need to get into making proper Ascended food. Alright, let me pop one of these and grab one of these. Very nice. This has turned into just a daily stream at this point. Alright, here we go. Let me just start dealing a bunch of damage. Nice. Interrupt. Pop that down. Nice, nice. Oh, this is a pretty try-hard group. 188 on agony resistance. Oh my goodness, this is a pretty try-hard group. There. A little bit of this. Not the ideal damage rotation, but still works. Alright. Alright, one of them is taking care of the cannons. Nice, that's 421. Oh no, we had 420 in storage. 421 of these claws. Let me just make sure that the stream can see everything. Yep, you guys can. Great. Pop that down, pop that down. Just chill them. Bunch of damage here. It's good that they've got this this pull. It certainly makes things convenient. Pop that. Alright. And this class is a very selfish class, by which I mean all I have to worry about is DPS, which benefits me, because the less I have to worry about when it comes to providing the group with boons, the better. Oh, that is a lot of things to keep in mind. Alright, do this. Get him with some fear, just to hit him with that. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Oh, nice. You do get a lot of large claws from fractals, I've noticed. It's a little much, to be honest. I don't think you get nearly as many of anything else, although it might just be me noticing the large claws and not the rest. Let's see. Yeah, Shadow Beam off in 10 minutes. We're gonna miss it. We'll do a different weekly. We won't do Shadow Beam off, even though it will be Behemoth, Behemoth. English isn't my first language. I'm not quite sure which is the correct pronunciation. Or if it's another thing where the UK says it one way and the US says it another. Let me chuck that there. Do a whole bunch of damage here to wipe these guys out. Yep, there we go. Very nice. Oh, one of the bags wasn't placed in correctly. There we go. 2 out of 3. Careful on that. Oh, they summon more. That's all right. We can deal with them. We've got the damage for it. Well, it would help if they didn't keep on making them appear. All right, nice. That is the last one. Pop the mistlock, and then we will run to the end. I thought for a second maybe I hadn't unmuted my mic. I was wondering if it was just dead silent on stream. But I alt-tabbed OBS, and nope, not the case. And I believe the treasure should spawn, yep, right here. So grab this, toss it as far as we can. Rush forward to grab it again. And that gets us out of there. So they're going to toss that there. Now I don't need as much CC on these fights because there simply isn't a CC bar. Just pop this down and then we'll just deal our damage. So we don't need as much CC on these fights because none of these bosses have a CC bar. Even though there's 4 of them? 3, 4 of them? I forget. But it does mean that classes that can bring CC don't really need to on this one. Ooh. Got hit with slowness and everything. There, there, there. Some big AoE. Great. Let me grab that, and let me start shooting the cannons. Oh, they dodged. Okay, he needs some backup. He needs some milk. Right down here is where they probably need a couple nice shots. Oh, shoot. I got kicked off of the cannons right before I managed to land the massive AoE. Oh well. Oh, great. We're in a good position to... That wasn't really the ideal place to interrupt my auto attack in Shroud, but it'll do. Alright, pop this. Pull them forwards. Pop this. This. Great, very convenient. Rush over here, grab the cannons, and we'll support them here in the center. Alright, that's not bad. Alright, and then we're gonna start shooting here on the side because they are coming. Ooh, that's not ideal. Definitely want to keep shooting that if we can. Freeze them. Big shot. Beautiful. And keep shooting that. Alright, very lucky, very good. Great. And we'll summon the Flesh Golem for a little bit of extra DPS. Not much, though. Nope. Watch the AoE. Ooh. We got knocked off, but we're lucky enough we managed to make our way to there. Oh shoot, she put it right as we dropped that. We'll do our Warhorn 3 because we do quite a bit of AoE with that. Oh, we gotta dodge forward there. Alright, pop into Shroud. Just start dealing damage. Hit Shroud 4 for a bunch of damage, and then dodge roll out of that AoE. Okay, we got sent to there. Not ideal. Just keep damaging. We want to stay in this AoE to help support our teammate. I was going to say clanmate. Our teammate. There we go. Nice. Very good group. Very efficient. It's, you know, honestly, this is a really smooth run of Science Reef. Normally it's pretty challenging, but this was really straightforward. And yep, I am ready to continue. Yeah, I think, you know what? That is one thing that would be good, is if I set up my home instance to support my my need for ascended food. Because I could do it. I have, I think, 2 500 chefs. So I've got the garden plot in the home instance, non-upgraded. So it could be a shout. And it would not be a bad idea to get some more ascended food. You know, just ready to plonk down on the go. Would not be a bad idea at all. I interrupted him there. Maybe I shouldn't have, because it did cause him to run away. But I don't think any of my party members, that's the way you say it, party members, popped down any AoE. Same there. That was alright because we were in super close quarters. Now I don't need this mithril ore, but I still like to just go ahead and harvest it. Oh, and this is great as well because I have the candy cane gobbler. And because it's Halloween, I'm going to get a bunch of candy cane, so I won't have to buy it, which will be great. Although, now is the time to buy it because it prices are going to be super low because of the influx of supply. Bit of a conundrum there. That's kind of funny. Ba, ba, ba. I'll scare him and then deal some damage. Nice. He had a bunch of buffs active. Let me pull this one over. Very nice. Hop back out and over to here. Oh wait, this is the wrong way. I went the exact opposite way that the arrow was showing. Nice, we're working our way back up to having more than a stack of these tier 4, I think, materials? I'm not sure. And we have, yeah, we're mining this mithril, but there's no need to because you get more than enough mithril. Alright. The final part. Boom, 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 and then a bunch of damage. Just to wipe them out as quickly as possible. Oh, we got interrupted there. We'll go for the shaman, just because we managed to make our way over to here. And I stay with the greatsword auto attack for the cleave. So, cleave allowing me to hit multiple targets at once. To put it in Minecraft terms, using a sword instead of an axe. Da, da, da. Now we just gotta wait for this little wall to clear out. There we go. I thought it may have been bugged for a second, but it wasn't. Ouch, we still took damage there, but we made our way through. And, Mace 2 on NG? Oh, Necro. That's a weapon I don't know then. Man, at one point, I wanted to play Hollowsmith. I think it was when they were coming up. It was around End of Dragons. When they did the like free character tryouts. I wanted to give Hollowsmith a bit of a chance and see what it played like because I thought the animations looked beautiful. But I tried it out and I found it fun, but I didn't understand the mechanic. And obviously if I'd watched a video about it, maybe I would have understood it. Please focus just the right one. Me tanking left into right. Okay. Good tactic. Good tactic. We focus on the guy on the right, and then he will tank the guy on the left until we're ready to pull him over. Not a bad shout. Not a bad shout at all. Alright, there it is. Just deal some light damage, and then... Oh, great. Yeah, the Rev must have done Boon Strip. Great, that's that one down. Rev Boon Stripping yet again. Very nice. You love to see it. Pull this. Alright, apparently we're killing this one. Drop this down. And we'll just deal damage to the thermal core, which is... Well, it's stunning us apparently, but okay. Cool. Throat got real dry out of nowhere there. There we go. That's all that. Just scare him away. Deal damage to this one. Pop this. Alright, here we go. Damage to the molten core. Which is going to die. There we go. Nice. Very nice. Here we go. Boss on the right. Pop these on him. And yeah, they're saying to target this one. So that is what we will do. Here. We'll pop a tiny bit of fear on him, because I think that they are immune. Replan all this. Ooh, shoot, I used up my signet. Ah, mistake there. I fat fingered number 9. Whoop. Just some minimal damage. I hate it when he phases right as I go into Shroud 4. He always does it. He always gets me that way. Pop our AoEs down and we'll just deal some damage. Yep, and that's him phased. Is he gonna pop up at the same one? Yeah. It's kind of funny that he does that. Boom, boom. Alright, now let's go into some solid damage with Shroud 4. Very nice. Fractal 2 of 3. Done. Ay. Bit of a stretch there. Oh. Deep Stone already loaded up and ready to go. Great. Great. Very active group. Very nice.
Let's get moving.
Oh, don't mind Torin. He prefers small groups.
Right, here we go.
Anyway, welcome to Deepstone.
The lore behind this one is really good. Reminds me a bit of Skyrim because they talk about a Thieves Guild and the fact that there is a Thieves Guild in Skyrim. There's also a Thieves Guild in Terry Pratchett's book. Books, plural. In the Ankh-Morpork, in the city of Ankh-Morpork. But particularly, I believe the very first one I read is called Guards, and it's a wonderful story. But they have a Thieves Guild because the patrician who rules over the city legalized crime because he figured if they had a permit, it would lower crime, and it did. It's kind of funny. It's a rather amusing take on how to solve crime. Is, oh, well, just make it legal. It's like, well, I suppose. And then the problem doesn't come from, what's it called? Doesn't come from people committing more crime because it's legal, but actually because of the fact that you need a permit. The Thieves Guild is really strict on its own members because now you need to have a license to steal. You need to properly apply for it, so on and so forth. You can't just go out and rob anybody, right? It needs to be a licensed robbery, because if you don't rob people, then you end up with if you rob people without a license, then the Thieves Guild is going to find you and break your kneecaps, is how they described it. Which is a very amusing take on it. Oh, yeah, we got sent off just there. Darn. Da, da, da. Grab this. Alright, let's see. This to there, this to there. We're at 227 gold. Oh, great. Here we go. She's arrived. Alright, we'll pop down our AoEs. Oh, dodge roll out of that. Pop Shroud and deal a bunch of damage. Stack with the group so that we don't end up being sent out. Oh, ideally we don't want to stack in there because we don't want to get caught in the AoE. Let me pull the AoE off the group and let me do Shroud 4. Shroud 4 is a very fun ability. It feels really good to do, just see the big damage numbers. Big fan. Oh shoot, I didn't press F. I thought I did. I thought I did press F. I'm falling behind. Whoa, he's a sneaky guy. He put a little switcheroo on us. Oh, my chair is stuck on... Hold on. Let me just adjust this up. There we go. There we go. So, my chair got stuck on... it's really cold in my room, so I've got a little blanket on my lap. My chair got stuck on that. Da da da. Pop that down. There you go. Very nice. Alrighty. Oh.
Looks like another dwarven trap. Go and step in that
And
other
what is up with this guy's character? What does he look like that?
Stop whining. Look, that did something.
It's like the character portrait is corrupted a little bit.
Don't wait here.
It's kind of amusing. There we go.
How many traps do you think these dwarves made? I know it's a treasure vault, but this feels like overkill.
How are you so glib about this? Whatever's down here,
Glib. That's a fun word.
I already told you, you're free to leave.
I think it means carefree. Not sure. That might actually be... Ah, that might be interesting. I'm gonna look that up in a bit. What does glib mean? I think it means carefree. But I'm not sure. Ba-ba-ba. Here you don't really need to deal with the enemies. The ones you need to worry about are the torches because they deal pretty good damage. They're a bit of a pain to deal with. But otherwise... Oh yeah, and once you get far enough you can do this little skip. Right, where you can... It's kind of buggy. But you can run along the edge and eventually you will end up with... what's it called? You'll end up where you need to be. Oh, let me... No. Yeah, wait, yes. Because I can replace that with this. Pop that, and there we go. Ooh, spectral grasp. Oh, shoot. One guy was faster than I was. Ah! Shouldn't have done that. It's always the same ability that just messes me up. Oh well. Here we go. Let me run down this, then hop down here, resummon my... Oh, let me actually open this chest. There you go, and resummon my flesh golem. Bum bum bum. Alright, let's go fight the voice. When I first heard that it was going to be demons in the expansion, I kind of wondered if it was going to be tied to the voice here. I'm a bit disappointed it's not. I'm not gonna lie. I think that would have been a really cool way to just tie it all back together. But then again, fractals aren't really meant to be tying everything back together, so to speak. They are meant to be just like extra, you know, kind of free from the story, except for the one with running up the mountain. What is that one called? It used to be Fractal 100, now it's Fractal 99. Good old... Oop, almost fell off the edge there again. But it's very clearly like Cantha themed. I forget what it's called. Sunqua Peak. That's what it's called, Sunqua Peak. Hey, Level Death. How have you been, man? Have you been able to get a bit higher? Have you reached level 61 yet? Or are you still level 60? Oh boy. Level 65. Ooh, you have been playing. Well on the road to 80. Da, da, da. Have you been playing the personal story? Let's see, if you're level 65... Man, I've not played the story in a while. I forget what happens. I remember there is one thing that pops up at level 60. There's a decision you have to make. But I forgot what it is, and I don't wanna guess in case I'm guessing wrong and I'm gonna end up spoiling. Oh, someone died. Oh, that is a shame, but oh well. We can still deal with it. Bum bum bum. Hit him with the fear. Ooh, that is a lot. Okay, good. Dodge back. Let's see. There we go. Bum bum bum. Let me dodge roll out of that. Do that so we get a little bit more space. And there we go. That's the last daily done. Very nice. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Only one way to save me now.
Great. Where is the guy who died? Oh, there he is. Alright, he's being resurrected. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Stretch. Ah. Oh. All right. Boop. And we'll leave the party. That is our tier 4 fractals done. So next up we have the End of Dragon's Strike. Just as soon as we're done putting some stuff away, I'm gonna put this away. Of course. Oh, good day today. Some very highly ranked fractals. So how have I been? I've been pretty good, man. I've been pretty good. Not really done much, to be honest. Da, da, da. Let's see, let's open up all of these. Oh, lucky. Oh, malicious. Now, malicious is really good because if we open this up, these are called the prefixes, right? And the malicious prefix lets you pick this one stat, which I can show you here. I'm just going to pick a random piece of legendary armor to show you, called Vipers. Now, Vipers is the default DPS choice for condition classes, right? And Berserkers is the default one for power damage. Power, of course, being purely damage. Precision is critical hit chance. Condition damage is, so that's raw damage, and this is like the ticking damage, right? So conditions work by, you apply stacks of them, and then each tick, so every second, essentially, they will apply a fixed amount of damage. And the more stacks you have, it's a multiplier, in a sense. So, of course, if I have only one stack, then I'll only get 133. If I have two, then I get 266, so on and so forth, so on and so forth, right? And expertise is condition duration. So, depending on what your expertise is, and you can see it over here, right? You've got every single stat that your character has. This is only really used, well, you usually just get all the gear, and then you worry about what your toughness is in raids, which is, where's it gone? This one, 1250. So that is pretty much no additional toughness from your stats, right? So from any of your gear. Because this character has full berserkers. So this is entirely DPS build. And you really only worry about how much of the, what's it called? I'm losing my train. Hold on, I'm doing two things at once. Let me do this. Let me clear my inventory, and then I'll start talking again. Because otherwise, I'm all over the place, getting distracted. Not ideal. Do I want to keep these malicious gloves? If I do this, yeah, because I can get malicious gloves through there. Okay, let me move that to there. So I move this to here. I do want to keep that, to be honest. That's a war horn. This is a short bow. Okay. It's a malicious one. This is an assaulter's one. Oh boy. Yeah, but bunch of gloves here that I can always just stat swap to. So that... I don't have enough space in my bank. Oh, jeez. Yeah, and this one can pick from a couple options. Shoot. I guess I'll keep that there. Too many drops. Too many drops. What was I going on about? Yeah, so this panel with all your attributes and all your actual character stats, you only really use it. I've only ever used it in raids to check what your toughness is, because the tank is determined by who has the highest toughness, right? So you don't really need to worry about it unless the tank says toughness check, and then you check and your toughness is higher, because that means that the boss will try and attack you first, and then will attack the next player with the highest toughness, so on and so forth, so on and so forth. So, yeah, good day. Oh, this is what I was talking about earlier, the trading post tax. So this little tax means that we're listing this for 32 silver, right here on the right, and the exchange fee is 65. So in total, when we mouse over, we'll see our estimated profit is going to be 5 gold and 53 silver, even though it says 6 gold and 51. So we get approximately 1 gold lost by selling to the trading post. But, you know, I don't really mind, and it's a bit of a hassle to do any other way. So that'll take us to 230 plus gold. Not bad. We open all these. Nice. We got lucky. We got another one of these. These guys, once you unlock them, you can basically just throw them away. Let me do this and this to condense my inventory a little bit. And then we're going to run over to these vendors. Oh, not these ones. There's someone up top there. But we're going to run over to this one first to get a little refund on the potion, because I've already got the infinite potions, so I don't need to save those up. And then we'll run over to this guy to get some of these deeply discounted keys. Da-da. There you go. Nice. Alright, and now we're just going to sell, so we go from 226 to... Ooh, almost 10 gold in profit. You love to see it. That is really nice. That is actually really, really nice. 10 gold in profit from about maybe 30 minutes of work. Very nice. Very good. Alright, let me take Herda to then convert this. Pop that open. That gets rid of a stack of bloodstone dust. And I can put her right back. Yep, that's what I thought. Surprised it didn't get put away in my bank. Okay, cool. We've maxed out our large bones. And unfortunately, I have used the converter today, so I can't use it again. But I'm going to put this here. And I'll pop these here, so I can worry about them later. Now, elderwood planks, and once again, +1 agony infusions. Let me take this, and I will sell that stack, because I don't really need agony infusions, so I'm just going to sell it for the little silver that I get back from it. And I want to type in bone. I want to grab a stack of these, 5 of these, some dust, and then we'll go upgrade these materials to clear up some space in our bank. This, and then we want the stones. There we go. So, oh, good roll. Really good roll. Double digits on a roll. That's nice. We get close to the maximum and close to the minimum. 3, 4, and with this 5th one, that'll be all of our medium-sized bones gone. So, -5. Up. Ooh, that's not right. That's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. Why is that doing that? There we go. So yeah, we just got another 36 ancient bones. So we have 104. Pretty good. That means that we now have enough to make the legendary armor piece that I wanted to make. Very cool. Well, we have enough to make one of the gifts of prosperity. So I think we can fully make this already. If I check here, yeah, we have over 100. Oh no, we're missing venom sacks. If we were to buy, it would be 29 for 6 gold. Yeah, we could make our legendary armor piece right now. But I'm lazy, and I kind of want to finish both off at once, so I can have a really big ending to my what's it called? You can't make Elderwood? Is he not a armorsmith? What is this character? Hold on. What profession does this character have? Yeah, he is an armorsmith. Can they not make elder like residue? Really? I was convinced that they could make elderwood residue. An extra daily done. I'll take it. Huh. Interesting. Pretty surprised. I'm not gonna lie. That took the wind out of my sails for a bit there. Alright, let's hop to here. Just grab our 6 silver, and then we will hop to a different character to clear up those elderwood planks. Let's see. Oh yes, the End of Dragon Strike is the next thing that we wanted to do, and then we wanted to do the festival. Oh, excuse me. Let's take this. We'll take these because we keep on this character. Yeah, I've got too many Ascendeds. I don't really know what to do with them. I might put them all on a character. Here we go. Oop. Elderwood residue. Where's the weapon? Here we go. Weaponsmithing. Yep. There you go. That should be our bank cleaned up pretty well. Okay. The End of Dragon's Strike. We'll log into this character since they're already in Arborstone. And we'll go ahead and see what we can do. Let's see. I'm gonna go here, stream information. What have we got on here? Weeklies, daily, endgame, PvE. Yeah, the stream title is still accurate. Okay. We've done this guy. Sunlight Jade Junkyard. That's what we're trying to do now. Oh, I want the strike mission. Soto daily DPS. Here we go. They're looking for DPS. Say hello and say DPS. Oh shoot, I said it in party chat. I need to say it in squad chat /D. Yay. Oh. There you go. Hello, DPS. Great. Okay, now we're just relaxing and waiting. Yay. Just waiting for what comes next. What is with this? Is my squad prepared? Yeah, this pop-up only gets the boss to spawn, right? Now, in some fights, you don't want to hit this right away because the boss will spawn and the fight will immediately start. Here, however, you have to drop over the ledge that's behind us, or in front of us here, to then start the fight. So it's fine for us to answer yes to this pop-up and have the boss get prepared because we don't immediately start fighting. So people have time to load into the instance, they have time to swap around characters, which you can't see chat because I've got the black box on top of it. It's not very well adjusted actually. Hold on, let me make that just a tiny bit bigger. There we go. But yeah, what I mean to say is it's fine for us to summon this boss right now in this fight. In some fights you don't want to do that though. But yeah, there we go. 235 gold. Okay. Sub 1, make sure you're full DPS. Yep, we are. I think we can reach 240 gold today. This will be 1 gold, I think. What else do we want to do? We want to do festival content. We'll see if there's any raids. Let me do this. I'm gonna edit the little goals that we have on the stream. Boop. Ender Dragon Strike, raids, and festivities with a question mark. And I think I'm gonna take, once we've done that, so once we've done the strike and we've taken a look at the raids, see if there's any people who are doing raids so that we can go ahead and do raids ourselves, we'll take a look at the festivities pretty quickly. Excuse me. Because I wanna understand how it all works. Because this is the annual festival. This is the annual one that we want to complete. But we'll take a look at this in proper detail in a little bit. Nice, we're getting ready to get started. And we will... Whoop. Here we go. The whole gang is here. There's Anka. Nope. Nice, we can just keep hitting her with all of our damage. This is a pretty good group. They do pretty good damage, as far as I can tell. Of course, I don't have the damage meter up, but pretty good. We're making our way through. We've got good healing. We've got Alacrity on us, so our cooldowns are getting reduced the whole time. I'm pretty happy. No complaints from me. Almost all of the groups I get into are good groups. I know a lot of people say on the subreddit, they start complaining about people saying DPS and just joining out of nowhere, so on and so forth, so on and so forth. But as far as I'm concerned, all the groups I'm in always have really good boon uptime, and they're always pretty well organized. Because I think as long as people respect the order that the commander wants them to have when they join, like DPS joining when the commander's looking for DPS, so on and so forth, so on and so forth, then I don't think that there's too much of a problem. Oh. Ah, good. I thought I placed my 3 on accident somewhere I didn't want to go. That was not the case. Now these guys do a funky little attack where they'll do a circle on the outside and then they'll do a circle on the inside. There you go. Ooh, am I the one who's... No, okay. This isn't the mechanic I thought it was. Now there is a mechanic here where one creature will spawn that looks like those guys, kind of. And it will attempt to attack one specific player. And that specific player needs to kind of drag it away from the rest of the group. And I thought maybe it was attached to me and I was messing up the mechanic, but it turns out no. Oh yeah, level. This is an example of a strike, by the way. But this is an End of Dragons one. So 10 man, 2 subgroups. If you look up here, right, you've got subgroup 2 and subgroup 3, right? 2 and 3. And the commander, the person with this little like mark here, is the person who's in charge of organizing the group. So they can move people around if they want to. They can do what's called a ready check, which puts a little pop-up that you saw on the screen at the beginning of this fight, where it basically goes, okay, do you want to, is everyone prepared, basically? It is what it says, right? It's a ready check. And if the answer is, yep, ready, then we can start the content. So see, that there's the hallucination I was on about before, right? And it's currently chasing Gwindrith. So they're doing a really good job of keeping it away from the group because it's got this little red area of effect all around it, right? Man, what a good class lets me play while talking. But yeah, so they were doing a really good job of keeping it away from the rest of the group. Oh, and now I'm the one who's been selected by it, right? So I'm just gonna stand over here. See this guy? The reanimated hatred is chasing after me, right? So my only job is to keep this guy away from the rest of the group up until it's died, up until it dies, and I can then rejoin the group. So mechanics like that, right? And strikes are a little introduction to raids in the sense that if I hadn't done that well, right, then there would have been an area of effect which would have damaged the entire group, and it may not have caused death, depending on the healers. If the healers weren't very good, it could have caused a wipe. But because we were very good at doing mechanics, it did not cause a wipe. And there we go. That should be the boss dead. There we go. Nice. And that's 2 strikes completed. And if I complete all the strikes, or at least I think it's 4 out of 5 of the strikes, either ones count, then I end up with Legendary Insight, which is great because that's what I'm trying to get. And I get a bunch of these Blue Prophet shards. Yeah, I think I got like 20. Nice. We get some cool looking skins, which I already have, but that's that. And you can buy those on the trading post as well, so you don't need to own the expansion to get those. Boom, 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 and let's leave the squad. And exit the instance. Alrighty then, that is the End of Dragon Strike done. Next up, raids, question mark. So we'll check the LFG for raids. We'll see what people are doing. Oh, first I want to pick up whatever sold on the trading post. I think it's my Stabilizing Fractal Matrices that sold. Yep, they did. Another 5 gold, so we're now at 243 gold. Very, very nice, considering that I think it was just yesterday that we were under 200. So we made 40 gold in 2 days. That's pretty good. I am pretty happy with that. Oh, and I would like to go here, and I want to sell this opal crystal. Okay, that is this character done. Let's see raids. Ah, there's no one. I don't know how to do Wing 7, which is a Path of Fire raid. Oh, this is good to know, level death. Raids are unlocked to the Heart of Thorns expansion or the Path of Fire expansion. There are, I believe, 8 different wings. Wings 1 through 4, which means that there's essentially 8 different raids, right? Each raid has about 3 bosses in it, so 3 different fights to memorize. It's not that bad once you've done it for a little while and you're like, okay, once you start getting it, it's, obviously in retrospect it's not that bad. When you're learning it can be a little tough, so it's good to take it bit by bit. Wing 2 full clear, Alack heal, Alack DPS, great. Alack DPS, that's us. And we're gonna swap to our Alack class, the Revenant. But yeah, so there are 8 different raids, 4 of which are tied to the Heart of Thorns expansion, and 4 of which are tied to Path of Fire. End of Dragons does not have any raids, so you end up with being able to, do all the raids with just Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire. Let's see, and then here we want to go to Lion's Arch Aerodrome. So the commander here was looking for ADPS, which stands for Alack DPS. So someone who can do a little bit of damage while providing alacrity. And thankfully, I happen to have a class geared for Alack DPS, which is this one, the Revenant. So I am fully capable of going ahead and doing the role that the commander is looking for, which is why I have no problem joining their group and going, hey, I can do Alack DPS. Oh. So the commander here is trying to fill out these multiple different little. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna add before we. So we're gonna do raids ? I'm gonna do Wing 2/3. But over here, I'm going to do Black Lion Key Farm because I saw the new thing that they added to the Black Lion chest. Let me pull it up. Hold on. Boom, 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 boom. Here, preview. Close that. This one. Look at this. Isn't that lovely? It looks really cool. I want it. So, we're gonna do once a week. You can do a little farm. If you do a level 10 personal story, you get what's called a Black Lion key, right? Normally, the only way to get these, hold on, let me close these, is through the gem store. And I'm just gonna search for it. Type in key. Here you go, Black Lion chest key. So 125 gems, which if you convert gold to gems, 125 is about 50 gold, right? So normally you would pay 50 gold to open one chest. So that's about 2 days worth of earnings, I guess, since we've made about 40 gold in around 2 days. But I would say it's not worth it at all. And it is basically gambling, right? It is a loot box at the end of the day. Oh, this is a great occasion to sell off all this. Bam. Great. That's our inventory cleared a little. But yeah, so normally you, let me make sure. Power Lacquerade, Fractal's Power. Yeah. Demon Stance. I think that sounds correct. Okay, one guy decided, you know what, I'm gonna pass on wing 2 this week. That's alright. So what was I on about? Right, yeah. So Black Lion chest, you can do a farm once a week if you do the level 10 story on any race, any character. Well, I think normally what you do is you do it on a character that hasn't done it yet. You can then get, as a reward for doing the level 10 story, you get a Black Lion chest key. So we'll do that at some point. And one of my friends and I have a little bit of competition going on who can get it done the fastest. So if you type in /age, you guys won't be able to see this because I've hidden my chat box, but if you type in /age, it'll tell you how long you've been playing, right? So for example, for me, it says, you've played this character, so my Revenant, for 269 hours and 56 minutes over the past 2018 days. Across all characters, you've played for 2,688 hours and 35 minutes over the past 2,678 days. So I've played a lot. In short, I've played a lot. But what's important to note is that it tells you how long you've been playing the character for in terms of hours and minutes. So what we do is we try and race each other. Oh, we're being shot at by the slubling. I dodged back and I ran into it. That is a shame. But we try and race each other to essentially figure out, all right, how fast can we get this done? This isn't great damage on this character, but it's all right. Doesn't need to be great. This is just the mobs that are on the way to the boss. So it doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be okay. In fact, I think this build might be outdated. I'm always very wary when it comes to wary, W-A-R-Y, not W-E-A-R-Y, but wary when it comes to Alacrity builds, because depending on the balance patch, things can change just a tiny bit, and yet your build can be outdated, and it kind of annoys me a little bit, but it does mean that I have to update my build pretty often. Like, I had to swap my rings out a little while ago. I had Diviner's rings, because that used to be the stat that was preferred for Alacrity Renegade, and I needed to swap those out and find a different stat. And it took me a little bit to do. Took me a little bit to do. Now, what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna take Centaur, because here we go. You can block enemy projectiles. The boss here has a really funky attack that they do, where they will shake, right? And what happens is it applies conditions to everyone. So they kind of do the same way like a dog shakes off water, right? They do like a little shrugging, shaking motion, and that splashes little green droplets over everyone. When people get splashed like that, they get a bunch of conditions on them, and you get like 10 stacks, right? So 10 stacks of a condition, which does a lot of damage. Excuse me. So you kind of don't want to get hit by that, right? And there's two ways of doing it. You can either get hit by it and then clear all the conditions really quickly, or you can reflect the projectiles. Now, reflecting the projectiles is easier because if you mess up on clearing the conditions, you end up with getting the what's it called? You end up with people possibly going down, right? Possibly dying to the damage. Versus if you just reflect the projectiles, that isn't a worry because the projectiles never hit in the first place. So there's just two different approaches, and what's more common is reflecting the projectiles, because a couple classes have access to projectile reflect, whereas being able to clear that many conditions on a group is much harder, and some classes have really bad condi cleanse in opposition to others. I'm thinking, let's see. Yeah, some classes can only cleanse conditions on themselves, and they can't on allies, and some can only cleanse on allies and not on themselves, so on and so forth. So it's a bit funky. It's just easier. It's just easier to do that. Now this is wing 2, right? So this is the second wing, second raid wing, and this is the first boss. The first boss. I have trouble saying his name. Slothosaur. Sloth. Well, it's right there. Slothosaur. Da 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 da. Here he is. So he's a giant sloth, and he's just sleeping, and we're gonna go wake him up and kill him. But this guy, there's a mechanic here that we need to have, right? So there will be 4 mushrooms around the arena that one person needs to eat, which will turn them into what's called a slubling, those little guys that we killed on the way up to here. As a slubling, you become part of the enemy team, so the attacks of the group will damage you. So you wanna avoid that. Basically, don't do that. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, I think one guy has the chair. Don't know. But yeah, so you're gonna eat a shroom and then you become part of the enemy team. So your team's attacks can hit you. So you want to stay away from the group, and you'll be able to eat these mushrooms and clear the poison around them. Because you end up with, if you walk on those, you'll take a bunch of damage, and it is not cool. All right, here we go. So we're just going to do this, do a little area of effect condi cleanse, and we're gonna dodge roll out before we hit that. All right. Just gonna deal our damage. Do a little bit of healing. Pop that. So on this class, this is also a pretty straightforward class. You want to keep pumping out alacrity, right? And the way that you do that is you just keep hitting F4 whenever it's off cooldown. So here it comes off cooldown, and boom, I hit it, right? Easy as that. Oh, now here is going to be a little bit of, what's it called? Oh, so this is another mechanic volatile poison. So you want to place this as far away from the group as you can. We're trying to, tried to dodge roll out of that, didn't really work. Okay, and as soon as we can, I'm gonna tap F4, swap the staff and do 5, because that does a bunch of damage. Well, it does CC, which damages the CC bar. And I'm just gonna block, pop this. Oh, shoot, he moved. Pop that there. Ah, now, see, that is when I should have, that's when I should have reflected the projectiles. So I am in need of some practice. Okay, here we go. He's gone ahead and Got the CC bar yet again, so we're gonna go ahead and do this. This, swap to this. Bring that there. Oh, dodge out of that. Pump some alacrity. Move this to here. Okay, nice. We are getting pretty lucky. We're just going to shatter the tablet, pump that, and then pump CC. Nice. And we weapon swap to cut off the little animation. Can teleport right back. Land some damage. You know, no one hates damage. Pop that down. Weapon swap. Ooh. Less than ideal. The guy is a little far. We will be okay though, I believe. Oh, that's a little noise of conditions coming down. So we want to do this. Oh, we do want to move. Conti cleanse. Oh shoot. No. Alright, we're just gonna keep dealing damage as much as we can because we're not gonna be able to get back up. Nice! We got it off the skin of our teeth. Whew. That was pretty tough. Less than ideal. But nice. We managed to clear it. 2 gold and Slothosaur coffer. Whew. Pretty good, pretty good. So, let's run on over this way. We've looted that, so we don't need to loot that anymore. Now, next up is the Bandit Trio. This is the second boss. Slothosaur is considered to be the hardest boss in this wing, purely because of the amount of mechanics and having to keep everything running smoothly. Now, we killed it first try, because this is a very good group. This is not the usual experience, I can tell you that much. Usually it's a lot more chaotic and there's a lot more people dropping out, coming back in, going, oh, you know what? Oh, shoot, I'm falling behind there. People going, you know what? I don't think I can do it, and quitting the group and then coming back in, so on and so forth. It's pretty normal for people to leave the group. Anyone want to take mortars? This is another mechanic right now that he's talking about. Usually in raids you want to dedicate certain people to certain mechanics. Oh, getting knocked back was not part of the plan there. Terrifying death and noises there. Really uncool. Alright, so we're going to hop to here. And we'll pop alacrity, just because. So, normally here, you get the 2 subgroups. One subgroup will stay up on these like wooden bridges, right? To knock down these little beehives. They haven't spawned yet, but you can just see one here, for example. Oh, well actually, yeah, there they are. There's a beehive. There is another one. There should be another one somewhere around. Here we go. There it is. So you knock down these beehives with one group, and then the other group drops down and kills the mobs that are down. So here, subgroup 2 is going to stay going to go down. Subgroup 3 is going to go up. So I'm playing on my character Lyraneth, and here she is, Lyraneth. So I will be going down because subgroup 2, my subgroup, is going to go down. So we're waiting on this one person here to load back in. Once they do, we are good to start. Oh, and we also need someone to do mortars. Mortars is a mechanic which happens outside where we were just here. These bandits will appear here and make their way over to here, where they will set up mortars, which are their artillery from, I think, around World War I/2. And this artillery will basically start shooting into here. And they deal a lot of damage, and they're a real pain. So one person will regularly, whenever we see, there's a little pop-up that comes up, one person will head outside, come here, kill all the guys that are here, and then come back in to support the rest of the group. Oh, and apparently this person, yep, they're online now. It's always a bit scary when someone disconnects because you're not sure if they're leaving because they disconnected. They got disconnected, right? If you go offline, usually people will wait a little bit to know if you're going to come back or not. But if you don't come back after, like, it depends. Some people are 5 minutes. Some people are a bit more impatient, and it's like if they don't come back in the next. Oh, yawn. If they don't come back in the next like 10 seconds, then they end up going, you know what, kick, right? And then they find that someone else to replace them. So usually you want to try and get back online as soon as possible. And you don't really need to explain yourself. You just need to say like, oh, got disconnected or whatever. Da, da, da. Oh, here we go. This is the ready check I was talking about. So only the commander can bring this up. And when you click no, it'll put a little X. When you click yes, it'll put a little tick mark. Once everyone is ready, it puts a little pop-up in the middle of the screen. All right, and I gotta remember to drop down, not stay up, because usually my group goes up, but commander has decided that group 2 is gonna go down. So I'm just gonna stick with the commander because I'm in the same subgroup as him. But there you go. That's a little pop-up, squad ready. So we know now that we are good to go. So I'm just gonna pop my alacrity, make sure that these guys have alacrity in the first place. Just teleport over to there. Yeah, the range on this second teleport is rather low. It's less than ideal. Boom. And I'm gonna pop my alacrity here. Now, this little tactic is because, see these guys who are shooting? Here they come, the bandit snipers. They deal a bunch of damage. Oh, and I'm still using the centaur. Ideally, I want to switch out of that. We will see how that goes. But I should be able to. Should not be too much of a problem. Just gotta make sure I'm keeping alacrity uptime pretty constant. Da, da, da. And as long as I am not in combat, I should be alright. No, it still considers me to be in combat. There you go. I'll just get rid of that. I love this glider. I think I got it for Heart of Thorns. I'd have to look it up on the wiki to figure out how exactly I got it, but I think, I don't know if it comes with every copy of Heart of Thorns or if because that's when they introduced gliding, or if I got it because I pre-ordered Heart of Thorns. I'm not sure. Because when I bought Heart of Thorns, I was still in high school, so I was very much interested in Guild Wars 2. I think I loaded into Heart of Thorns. I played it a tiny bit, and then I realized, like, oh, I am not prepared for Heart of Thorns because it was pretty tough. The game has gotten a bit easier because we deal a lot more damage nowadays. But even compared to back when I started playing, we did not deal much damage. And it was tough. So here, the boss takes extra damage when you throw the beehives on him, which is why we knock those beehives down. Da, da, da. Yep, there we go. So he died pretty quick. Want to dodge that. And just keep dealing damage as best as we can. Oh, yep, there's the saboteur. So these guys can deal damage to the cage, right? And if the cage dies, cage being over here, there it is, right here, and the health being there. If the cage dies, then the group gets killed. Everyone dies, because the goal is to save the prisoners that are in the cage. So we don't want them to die. Let me pump alacrity once again. This is a bit annoying. I'm not really getting out of combat long enough to be able to swap my legends. Shame. So I'm kind of stuck on Centaur. Not really doing much. Oh, I'm teleport over to here. Now what I should be doing a bit better is I should be sticking on the tag better. So the commander has this little commander or catmander. It's the actual name, I promise. I'm not making that up. Catmander tag above their head. So you can keep track of where they are, right? And right now I'm kind of zooming all over the place, not really playing my best play. What I should be doing is sticking close to the commander. Although this might be an occasion for me to swap my legends, maybe. I'm kind of hoping. I don't know, let me pump Alacrity out. Oh. Nope. Got into combat. Shame. Oh well. We'll just have to deal with it then, I guess. Boom, boom. Let me heal up. Pump out Alacrity yet again. So what's hitting us right now is mortar fire because there's no one doing mortars. Right? You see the enemy is preparing mortar strikes. That right there is the mortars I was on about before. So someone just left to go do mortars, right? Oh, good pull together. Pump Alacrity again. That's where I want to go. We want to take care of these bandit saboteurs. The rest of these guys can't damage the cage, but the saboteurs can, which is why they're priority number 1. Yeah, this class is not great for dealing damage, unfortunately. So now we're waiting on the 3rd boss to spawn. And she is taking her sweet time, of course, as one might expect. But yeah, we're just killing all these saboteurs. Oh, here we go. Narella, she spawned. Where has she gone? There she is. Now she's a real pain because she does really good damage. To the point that people tend to die to her a lot. Oh, and she's also got these little fires. Ooh, yeah, case in point, there's a bunch of damage. Just do a block, swap that. Nice, we cleared it. So we killed her, which means that we cleared it. We succeeded. Oh, right, and you can /GG here. And when you respawn, you will respawn on top of this tower here, which is where you need to go anyways. So just a bit of a faster way of getting to there. The problem being, of course, if other people are in combat, you won't be able to respawn. Whoop. And there's a chest here that you can grab along the way. It's from the legendary armor achievements, but you can always get it again. So, have I gotten stuck? Oh no. How have I done this? Okay, well, I'm just gonna have to GG and respawn when they're done, I guess. Let me sell this. Superior of the Flame Legion. Nope, it's not worth much. Go ahead and do this. Oh, wait, this is a good occasion for me to change over my legend. So, the Centaur, right? Yeah, it blocks enemy projectiles, it doesn't reflect them. So, you don't want to be playing this in the content that we're about to go into. I'm going to swap to A demon, I don't think so. I'm going to swap to dwarf. Because you get the dwarf road, which gives stability. And the hammers, which reduce the amount of damage that you can take. Right? They do, yeah, minus 20 incoming damage. 20%, sorry, incoming damage. Which is really good. Alright, and as soon as I can respawn, we will keep on going with Wing 2, which will be pretty good. Nice, they did the little... what's it called? Pre-event, which does give you a little experience, 3 magnetite shards, which is the raid's currency, and a couple of little bags that you can then open, as well as 30 silver. Oh, very nice. We got a good drop from those. We will list this. It's pretty good. And yeah, we're easily going to reach 250 gold. So we smashed where I thought we'd be at 240. We ended up at 250, which is great. Really good. I'm going to take a sip of water. So I'm just going to mute my mic for a second. Alright, there we go. Ready, check, say yes. Yeah, so like I said before, this boss is notorious because, well, you need reflex because he essentially, just go ahead and tap that. There we go. So when he goes into the sphere, right, you need to reflect the projectiles back at him to get rid of this barrier, that stat that he has here. So you need to time it well to be able to land it well, right? And what you're trying to do oh, nice. What you're trying to do is you are trying to what's it called? Oh, I'm corrupted. Okay. So this mechanic you want to run sides into a well. Now someone already ran into this one, which is unfortunate because I didn't see that. But if I manage to... Okay, phew, I barely... Oh, no, shoot. I barely managed to run into the well. I've gone down. Not ideal at all. And the commander has targeted me to tell people to resurrect me, which is very kind of him. Thank you. Thank you very much, Commander. Boom. Oh, I've got... Okay, now this other mechanic is a mechanic where you get these... Oh, for goodness sake. You get these little poison wells. Ah, that is a shame. That is a real shame. Man, it is hard to talk and play. Anyways, I'm still going to run through the mechanics while I'm dead, because what else can I do? So, there are two main mechanics which will affect you in this fight, right? The first one is what you get before, where you get the special action key, where you can drop the little poison, right? You want to drop these in between the fountains, because you need to access the fountains for the second mechanic. The second mechanic will get you a little AoE around you, right? And you want to run into one of these fountains to get cleansed. The fountains will then become unusable, right? So there are 4 different fountains located around the arena, right over there. So you can see this one's been used already. This one's been used already. This one has just been used by the commander, right? So it's got this little black spot in it. So in theory, only that one is available. So when you get hit with that effect, oh, they're going to kill it probably without me. But when you get hit with that effect, you want to then run into the fountains, which will cleanse you of the effect. And you want to place the poison pools not on the fountains, but on the side, right? So that you leave a clear path to the fountains for people who need to be cleansed. There'll also be these guys who run through the arena. You don't want to get hit by them because they will deal a bunch of damage. The actual boss also does 2 other mechanics you need to keep in mind. He will select one player randomly, right? and that player will then have a CC bar and be considered an enemy. So you don't want to do your normal attacks on them, you want to use CC, which will do lower damage, but once you break the CC bar, they'll be freed. So they get frozen, and then you basically free them by breaking the CC bar. And this boss right here, what he will do is he will go into like a dome, right? I think he's going to do it in just a little bit. He'll get a little dome around him, and then he will eventually, he does a little, like, I think he throws his hands up at an animation, and he shoots out projectiles, right? Now, what happens is, that's when you want to put the projectile reflect on him. When you do that, you will, he's going to shoot out the projectiles, they'll get reflected back, and he has about 20 stacks of a little effect on him, right? When he's in the dome. The more projectiles get reflected back, the less stacks of that he has until he gets this, unstable, right? But when he's in the dome, you can't damage him. So you do want to reflect the projectiles. Okay, man, we wiped. Here we go, this is the one, Blood Shield. You want to reflect the projectiles to end up being able to reflect the projectiles so that you can then then deal damage. There we go. I lost my train of thought for a second while I was swapping legends. Yeah, that is the goal. Alright, now we're going to play a little bit seriously. So here he's in the dome. We can't really do much. So I'm just going to... So they've popped on a reflect already because he's shooting out the projectiles. He's still got 2 more stacks, which is really unfortunate because it means that they just mistimed it. And there isn't much that we can do. Now someone is about to be sacrificed, so here they are. Misty Griffaldin. So we just did some CC to free them up. We tap that, and then we can deal damage to them. So we're going to just pop down some AoEs best as we can. We're going to Condi cleanse our subgroup. We're going to keep just dealing some damage, right? That's all we really want to do, is just deal some damage. Pump our alacrity every so often, because that's what we're here for. That's why we got brought onto the team. Want to heal up, hit him with that. Okay. Now here, we want to wait until they've reflected it, and then we want to deal some damage yet again. So someone else is about to be sacrificed, right? So what we're going to do is, here they are, we're going to do some CC, boom, just to free them up. Pop down these 2. Now what those 2 do is number 7 does a little, it makes us that attacks coming from our allies in that range will end up being condition attacks, right? So they'll do their normal damage and a little bit more. Okay, unfortunate, right as we used our F3 attack, he went into the little dome, so he became a little invulnerable guy. Yeah, so we want to go ahead and cleanse our conditions if we can. Oof. Not ideal. Once again, Griffaldin is about to be sacrificed, so we're going to head and do some CC. And we'll just do the exact same thing we were doing before. Oh, now we do want to break out of stun. Deal some pretty big damage. Oh, Commander has asked us all to revive this person, so they've been revived. When he does the dome, you don't want to be in the dome, because then you will not be able to... oh shoot, what happened there? I don't know. Okay, the person who does our reflex just died. Not ideal whatsoever. Youch. Okay, they've gone into their invulnerable phase or whatever. We're going to Condi cleanse the group. Drop that there. Oh shoot, come on, come on. Ooh. Alright, we need to drop some healing for them. Want to avoid that dude. We'll pop the staff here to cleanse conditions. Deal a little bit of damage. Run out. We don't want to get caught in the fire tornado. Want to heal a little bit. Alright, he's back on that. Less than ideal. Really less than ideal. Oh shoot, they died right before we were able to get to them. Ah, it's a bit of a mess. Do we have anyone who can reflect? Apparently not. Yeah, we're dead. So obviously, if you can't break this little dome of his, then you can't damage him, which is a shame. A real shame. So normally, what you do to avoid this scenario where we've got our reflection person died is you have two reflects. You have a reflect and you have a backup reflect. Someone didn't go to cleanse themselves. Was that me? I don't think it was me. I'm not sure. I need to pay a bit more attention. Well, I need to figure out what the prompt is. Lads, chill, 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 chill. Because this guy's coming on over. Ah, killed a mosquito in my room. Got him. Oh, wow. Alright, great. We managed to break him out. We want to just keep dealing damage. Oh, get out of the bubble. Pump alacrity so that people around us can get alacrity yet again. Okay, we're good to keep on damaging. What's up with that? Why did it... Oh, right, I've got poison. Oh, shoot. That took me way too long to notice. Way too long to notice. Yeah, I'm dead. There's no way that they can get me back up. There's no way. There's no... Yep. It's on me. Damn. Ah, shame. Shame, 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 shame. Alright, they managed to clear it. Got kind of hard carried there, I'm not gonna lie. Messing up mechanics and then... Oh well. I'll do better next time. Bum 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 bum. Let's see. Does this one sell for a good amount or no? Yes, but I'd rather have the... Well, I'd rather have had ectoplasm, but I guess that'll do. And with that, 1, 2, and 3, 11 legendary insight. Not bad at all. We can leave the squad, head back to the aerodrome. Oh, when you do a raid, you want to keep those decorations you get at the end, because those are considered kill proof, right? They're things that you can only get from killing the boss. So, for example, here we got 1, right? So you see I've got 33 in my bank, which means I've killed the boss potentially 33 times. Usually you'll see groups asking for the KP for a certain wing. What they mean is the one of the final boss of each wing. So in this case, White Mantle Abomination Crystals from Matthias Gabriel, Sabbatha Flamethrower Fragment Pieces from Sabbatha, Fragments of Saul's Burden from the Wing 4 boss, and Ribbon Scraps from the Wing 3 boss. So these ones are the ones, right? So you can see I've got 34 of this, 43 of this, 29 of this. So I'm sitting at around like 30 to 40 KP for wings 1, 2, and 4, and only 3, sorry, wing 3 only 17 KP. So this means that if I see a group that's asking for kill proof, let's say I were to go here, see here, wing 1 full clear 29 KP, right? I'd be able to join this because I have 40 KP. So I'd be able to do this easy peasy, right? Now this Deimos group is looking for an like DPS. I do need a Deimos kill because I haven't killed it this week, but it would only be 1 legendary insight, and instead of that I could do all of wing 3, which I would rather do. I'm not gonna lie. Rather than join a group just to kill 1 boss, I'd rather kill 3 and get a bunch. But there doesn't seem to be a wing 3 group. Oh, great, there's a group for wing 1 training. Perfect, 5 DPS, write your favorite food or you will be kicked. But they want you to know mechanics, so to have done a little bit of prior research beforehand. I'm not seeing any wing 3 group, which is a shame. I think that's the end of our brief little foray into raids for today. So this week we've only got wing 3 left to do, and then we'll have done every single wing. Which, not too shabby. Pretty good, not gonna lie. So, next up we had Black Lion Key Farm. I want to do this. Yep. Alright, Black Lion Key Farm is up next. So, level death is something you can do as well, right? So, if you go to create a new character, the fastest story is the level 10 human story. I'm going to go with warrior because it's what I know best, right? You can pick whatever you want, you just want to make sure you pick commoner, right? And then I'll call this Black Lion Key Alt. So you create a new character, you can do the level 10 story. When you do the level 10 story, the final reward, I'm going to skip the cutscenes, is going to be a, what's it called? It's going to be a Black Lion Key, which you can then use to open Black Lion chests, and it's a loot box. You can get one per week. It's a good idea to do these, and if there's nothing that you like in the actual Black Lion chests, you can go ahead and just not spend it and save them up, right? So that when something that you do like comes around, you can maximize your chances of getting it. Let's see, and you have to run across this field and over this way. You can't use mounts in this instance, so it is a little bit slow. That's alright. It's a throwback to back when Guild Wars 2 didn't have mounts in Heart of Thorns days. There's no gliding either in this instance, which is kind of funny. Oh, and there we are, 250 gold. Very cool. So we run up to here where the champion mode near High Sage is going to summon the boss. There he is, and there we are on the side right there. But he's going to summon the boss, and then we go ahead and kill that boss, and we'll get thrown into Tyria and into the actual game. Oy. But you basically want to play through these story missions. You can ignore the champion High Sage because he's immune to damage as well. From that point on, you want to fight these giant hands. So we're going to go ahead and kill these giant hands, and then we'll be thrown into the open world. And we can then start to do the story, and once we complete the level 10 story, we can go ahead and get a Black Lion key, which we can then open for a chance to get whatever is in the Black Lion chest rotation at the time. In this case, it's going to be the, I believe it's the chopper. Just a really funky looking chair that I am pretty interested in. Alright, there we go. Little cutscene, and we'll get thrown into the thick of it, so to speak. So yeah, we'll do the Black Lion key farm, we'll check out the festivities, and then that'll be that. Skip this cutscene yet again. Oh, going to accept this, and now I'm going to do a little cheeky move. I'm going to use my mounts. I'm just going to run over to here and unlock this because there is a stage later when you do need it, and it becomes pretty convenient to have access to it right off the bat. And then I'm just going to rush up and into town. So I'm going to accept this to get rid of it, close that, and into Divinity's Reach. So, having reached here, you want to go, well, it depends. You want to reach level 10. So, if you don't have any of the items saved up, then you can go ahead and reach it, quote unquote, naturally, right? This is a bit like when doing steroids. You've got the natty people and the people who aren't natty. And I am not natty. So, I've got these experience scrolls saved up, right? Level 60, level 50, level 40, but this is a bit of a waste of them, right? Instead, we're going to be using these Tomes of Knowledge. So I'm going to go ahead and grab 8 of them because I'm already level 2. And if my mouse would stop double clicking out of nowhere, that'd be great. Not natty? Yeah. I'm doping here. But we want to go ahead and consume these and reach level 10. So each one of these is a level. You get these, you can buy them from the Wizard's Vault. If we go Astral Rewards, where are they? Here they are. So you can get them from here. You used to get them from Login Rewards. You can get them from PvP and from a bunch more stuff. But we're also going to go ahead. So we got this little mail here, which is a proof that we've reached level 10 because it tells us the next story chapter is available. So every 10 levels you get a story chapter. So it's pretty much meant to incentivize you checking out the world and leveling up, right? So I'm just right clicking here on this to get it to pop up faster, and I'm just equipping all that I get, right? Because this character is going to get deleted at the end of the day once I'm done with it, because I want to keep that character slot free for next week. So we see here on the mend, right, the story mission. Now you could normally, oh right, there's another little shortcut that we can do that's beneficial when you're key farming here. We're going to go to the very end of this little path here because we want to reach the waypoint. We just want to unlock this because it makes things a lot faster afterwards. And then we're going to rush down here and through these gates. Whoop. And we're going to reach this waypoint, which is the home instance waypoint. And here is the next little story bit. I'm going to go, yes, enter the instance, put me in there. Let me in, boss. And we're going to go ahead and make our way on over as quick as we can. So I'm going to use all of these movement skills purely because they let me move faster, right? But obviously normally you would probably play through this at normal speed. Depends on how much time you have on your hands. Because I've done this a lot, I kind of skip dialogue, do all that I can to get to the fights. No, apparently I've not applied that many conditions. Oh wait, no, I remember what that is. That's the content guide, I think it's called, and it applies to all characters have their own. So it is an achievement that characters have. Each character has a separate one, so you might have it completely done on one character, not on another, for example. Da, 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 da. There we go. Just stab, stab. Just deal some damage. Bum 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 bum. There we go. And she kicked us back. Now this guy's kind of annoying because he has a little knockback attack. And it's really hard to tell when he's about to do it. So I just wasted both of my dodges, so if he does it now I won't be able to dodge it. Bit of a shame, but yeah, there it is. And we run over here, we go to Big Ted. Or Big Nose Ted, sorry. Big Ted was a classmate of mine from in high school. Super nice guy. Went off to do, I think drumming. Yeah, no. He went off to do sports sciences in uni. And then he decided he would rather do drumming. So now he plays jazz, I think. And that's his actual job. Which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Bum bum bum, there we go. Hop over here. Hop down to here, and then we're going to skip the dialogue from Serentine. Yes, I'm well aware. Is this bugged? Oh no, is this... Oh, good. Thought it was bugged for a second. And then in the interest of speed, we're going to try and just skip right through if we can. So, pop up, and we have to accept it to prompt the next part. We're going to take power, accept, equip. Might as well, just in case we get anything good. Not really. We want to take stuff that lets us move quick rather than deal damage. Right, and this is where the waypoint that we unlocked earlier is going to come in useful, because you need to head to here. So we can teleport to the fields and just end up there. So that's that. Swap on over here. Run to him, talk to Francis. Boom, 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 say yes. And then the next step is we're going to head on over this way. Through to here. To here. Say yes. Load in. Skip this dialogue. Da 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 da. Rush forward. And we can just ignore them. These guys. Whoop. And you may have, what's it called? Either kick this Mo or something in the first time you did this story, but you actually don't need to. You can just run right past. Which is it's pretty amusing that you can just straight up ignore it. Through this way and then up. Yep. Oh, got slowed down a little bit there. But the end goal is we want to kill this guy, Twitchy Jake. Come back here. Swap to this. Bam, bam. Do this. Great. We'll pull off a heal. Equip with this. Search, take, so on and so forth. Smack him just to kill. Bam, bam. Then we have to kill this guy. There we go. We'll deal some damage. Skip that. There we go. And we have to speak with Francis yet again. So we're just gonna end up there. Da, 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 and head to here. Medical supplies, so on and so forth, so on and so forth. And then we have to head right back to the home instance. So we'll head to here, Salma waypoint. Now I am just trying to do this as quickly as possible. Obviously this has really good loading times, so might not be the case for everyone. Might take you a bit longer, but this is just trying to do it as quickly as possible. Boom, boom. Sprint this way. And what you can do is you can apply the medicine through the wall. So here, skip to the end, and through here. Because you're going to repeat this every week, it's kind of incredibly boring, to be honest. So having done so, you want to speak to him. Done. Exit the instance. You can accept this. You probably just want to get whatever is an upgrade to your current weapon. So we're going to go with this. Pick up the next thing. Boom, boom, boom. Obtain a bandit disguise is the next step. So we're just going to teleport out of the city to Shaymore waypoint. Having done so, you want to go ahead and grab the sky scale just to zoom across. We want to keep zooming over this way. Oh, got caught up there. Not cool. It's hurting our time. Boom, boom. We're going to run through and fight this guy because that's what we need to do. Boop. Clothes obtained. This, skip that, keep going. Whoop. This. Zoom on through. Talk with Uptown Johnny. We're just gonna snipe the text options. Boom, 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 boom. Gonna head through. You need to fight Deadeye Delta. So we're gonna throw that. Fight her there. Bum, bum, bum. Burn rate, thanks, so on and so forth. And then here we want to aim for the chest that's in the middle, so this one. The other two will spawn slimes, which we don't really want to deal with. Having done this, we want to rush over to where Blaze is. We want to chat with Blaze. You mean these fuses, blah, 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 blah. Cool. And then exit the instance. We then want to teleport to the other waypoint that we unlocked. We rush into here, say yes to infiltration. And there's a little delay. I'm just going to check where we are on time, /age. Yeah, this has taken us 14 minutes, so we have already spent too much time. My friend managed to beat this time, so shame. Too slow, too much explaining, but oh well. Still going to try and do it as quickly as possible, and it should take under 20 minutes. Well, maybe not. Maybe a bit more. If we're at 14 minutes already, yeah, it might take us a bit more. Alright, here we are. We want to break down the orphanage door, like so, and then just start dealing damage. Just want to kill. Great. Through here. Want to aim at these guys. Deal some damage. Go for the one that's lower on health. Oh, there we go. He's basically dead. Throw that at him. There you go. We can just ignore this guy. Go right for Big Nose Ted, who's going to smash us, throw us back. And we're just going to keep going. There we go. Through there, and then outside here. And we've got a little bit of spare time here, so we are going to go ahead and see what we can train. Can't reach that. That'll take 13. Go with Frenzy. Frenzy's always pretty good on Warrior. Gives us quickness, so we do things faster. Also gives us Fury, so we deal critical damage more often. Oh, it doesn't give Fury anymore. Okay. Gives us Might. Deal more damage anyways. Boom, boom. And we gotta race across the map. Whoop. Over to here, to where Lieutenant Francis is. Chat with him. Open all of this. Open that. I've already got it. Shame. Skip to the end. Just go ahead and salvage all of this. Boom, 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 boom. I'll take the hammer. The hammer's good damage. And it's AoE, which is why it'll be good in just a second when we have to deal with a bunch of guards. Check how we are on time. 17 minutes, so that took us 3 minutes. And then we're going to load into the final instance, which we teleport to here. Load in. And we took a bunch of area of effect weapons, right, with the greatsword and with this, because it's rather... Let's see, what else is this? Strength banner. Take this. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Bum, bum. Great. We're gonna grab that. Oh, it's got a longer cooldown, but it does give us, yeah, full adrenaline, which is what we want. Great. So we're gonna rush into here. We're gonna take a look at the weapons that we have. Make sure that we've got the best weapons we've got. Which, yeah, we do. I'm gonna go ahead and salvage all this. Skip to the end. Oh shoot, I messed up there. Anyways, we managed to do the thing before they were able to do anything, so we're gonna go ahead and do this. Get our scream off, and we're just gonna kill the rest of these guys. Now she is the only one that we really need to kill here, so we'll do this. Here we'll hit our frenzy, give a scream, smack, bam, and that should be that. Skip to the end of this. 19 minutes. We got sub 20. And there it is, the Black Lion chest key. We can open this to get a little bit of karma, I think. Open that. Salvage all this. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, nice. So things that we might want to keep, we're going to just put over there. Gonna open this. Grab all this. Yeah, don't need to keep that. Exit that. And there we go. That is the Black Lion key farm in 19 minutes and however many seconds. Not the best time possible, obviously, but not too shabby. And depending on our luck, we might be able to get a really good return on our time. So we'll just go ahead and do it now. mean, we'll open one key. I'm just going to put this and this here. So one key, we open that. There we go. We got it. I mean, perfect. Perfect. So as you can see, it can be really worth it because we got very lucky and we got what we were going for, the personal gyrocopter chair glider combo. So that is a lucky drop and a half. So we've unlocked that in our account wardrobe. We get 2 of these, which is, always welcome. We got the Evan Nash Blade Trick or Treat thing, which is great. We get 1 gold from that. Whatever. We can go ahead and come over here. And we can double click that to unlock that. That's pretty great. And in here, we're going to put away these statuettes and these chests. Oh, and this upgrade extractor, because that can be used elsewhere. And then we're going to sell off the rest of what's in our inventory here. So we made 1 gold from it as well, which is not too shabby. I'm just going to sell this because I can't be bothered. And we got what we were going for. Where is it? Oh, I didn't know I had this. I didn't know that I had a simple stool. That's really nice. I actually quite like that. I'm not going to lie. But this is what we got. The personal gyrocopter. So now we can look like we're in this helicopter. Now it doesn't actually fly, but it looks very funky, which I quite like. Very cool. Happy with that. So now log out, character select, and we can go ahead and delete Blackline Key Alt. Blackline Key Alt, we can just boop, and he's gone. And there we go. And we are good to go ahead and check out the festivities. Which we're going to do, we'll do it on an echo. You know what? Do it on that. So there you go. That's the Black Lion Key farm, and it's worth doing if there's something that you like. And if there isn't something that you like, you can go ahead and do it anyways, because you get the key and you can use it on something on the chest when you get something that you like in the rotation. And you can check the rotation by doing a right click on them, doing preview, and you can see here. This doesn't change what's common. What changes is the last items here and the uncommon. So the reconfigurable greatsword skin, which is pretty funky looking, very Asura themed, right? Looks honestly not that bad. there's worse. And the gyrocopter chair, which now we have. And potentially you can get one of these Dokebi skins or one of these lore keeper skins, right? Also, you can I have a chance of getting these nodes for the home instance, so on and so forth, right? Or super rarely, one of these. But more importantly, you get these black line statuettes from doing this. Now these, if you go to resources and you scroll all the way down, you can exchange them for these infinite tools that do not have a glyph. But if you don't want to go ahead and save up a bunch of gold to then get it from the gem store, you can get them that way. You can also then save up statuettes to buy skins if there are any that you particularly want, for example, so on and so forth. Personally, I'm more interested in finishing off my collection of infinite tools because through these statuettes I've obtained, they're on my warrior, but I obtained infinite tools. So I've got an infinite pick and an infinite sickle. That's what it is. An infinite sickle and an infinite pick. And I'm missing an infinite axe, but the other two have glyphs, and the ones in rotation right now do not. Now, it doesn't seem like ArenaNet is planning on changing that anytime soon, which is kind of annoying, but oh well. And I am just going to do that to use up my copper ore to make a bit of space. Shoot, I have too much. Just going to mail it to my alt account because that one can always use a bit more material. Whenever I have an excess of something, I just mail it off to my alt account. Let's see. Right. Festivities. The time has come to check out the festivities. So we're going to head to Lion's Arch. And I'm actually going to take a little bit of a break to go fill up my water bottle. And then I'll be right back. So let's see. We'll do it this way. Alright. I'm going to go off for like about, I'm going to say 10-15 minutes. And then I will be back. And then we'll check out the Halloween festival. So see you in a bit. Alright, and I am back. So, festivities. Let's see. If we take a look at it, we can take a look at the achievement first. Festival Halloween rituals. This is the annual achievement that we're going to want to do, because this you can complete it infinitely until you have 25 achievement points from it. So, 9 achievements to do out of 10. Okay. Of course, you can skip the clock tower. A really difficult jumping puzzle. But let's see. Eat 300 candy corn. Okay, well, we can get that done right away. I mean, I have 248 right here. So we'll do that. It's a good start. We'll need another little bit. Which I've probably got in my material storage. So if we head on over to, that's not the bank. I get turned around every time that there's one of these. Here and here.
More violence, I say. Less violence.
Bum bum bum, we want 300. Another 20, and we are good to go. Boom, and we get 10 of these. Nice. Just open all of them. Great. Deposit all of that. Go ahead and consume all of that, and then I'll do this. Alright, let's check out the other achievements. Ancient Grudge, kill 100 of his minions. Okay. Complete the race event in under 2 minutes. 3 times. Alright, we can do that. In the labyrinth. Oh, of course, Trooper is here. Wants candy corn. Clock Tower. Labyrinth. Here it is. Enter the labyrinth. Like to participate. Take me through. And let me change the stream title to just festivities. Boop. There you go. Title's changed. Alright, so we want to complete the race event in under 2 minutes. There's Mad King Thorn. I believe the race event is located at the center. I might be wrong though. Whoa, they've upgraded it a lot. I mean, if we can come here and see that. Court Merchant and the Mad King's Steward. Yep. If we head around here, you can reinforce armor. Trophy shelf. Alrighty then. So, Lunatic Racer. Where is the start of the race? There it is. Time trial. Let's take a look. Going for speed. Alright, and if we click play, where's the first objective? Down there. Okay, cool. So we're going to reset, and now we're going to hit play. 1, 2, and we've already overshot. Isn't that just fantastic? Alright, we'll head through this way on the Raptor. Boom. Pop this. Oh, eephoo. Wrong direction. Okay, we took a wrong turn. Shouldn't be the end of the world. Took another wrong turn. Let's just reset. Here we go. So here, stealth here, just because. And then through this way, and loops back to the center. This way, this way, this way. I think I saw a video of someone doing this on the Griffin, which is absolutely insane. But simultaneously, I think that that's how all of the records are made for the races in Guild Wars 2. It's just some guy on the Griffin. Ooh, how did we shoot over that? Some guy on the Griffin just going crazy. Like popping off, you know? Oh, we're gonna stealth there because that's a lot of mobs. Through this way. Whoop. Oh, we do want to avoid this guy. We don't really want to get caught up in that battle. Because Labyrinthine Horror is really tough. And we're just interested, you know, we're just a little speedy boy. We're just trying to go quick, go fast. Alright, that's one. We'll go again immediately. I will just keep going until we get it. Bum bum bum. So we need to do this 3 times to get the annual achievement. So we're gonna work our way through it. Not all the achievements can just be done like this in a very methodical way. You know, some of them are downright horrendous and just not designed to be done that way. Oh my goodness, again I did the wrong turn. Run through here and we'll just keep going straight. I'm gonna stealth. We'll zoom through this way. There we go. There we go, there we go. What is this? Oh, time trial. Whoop. And there we go. That's going to be number 2. I'm just going to reset and play immediately and go again. Because that way we'll be done. We could, you know, if we were properly smart about it, we might wait until it's one of the Halloween dailies, but meh. I don't mind doing it again afterwards. It's a pretty easy one to do. Doesn't take much effort. Boom, boom. Boom, it's just this little bit that I keep getting tricked on every time. Through there. Little hop here. Land in the circle. Man, the one I remember farming, like really doing a lot, is the Christmas event. I remember doing that and the jumping puzzle that came with it until I couldn't stand seeing it anymore, essentially. But boy, was it a good little gold farm when I was first starting out. I don't know if it's worth as much nowadays. Might not be. Not sure. Nowadays I have access to fractals, so I don't feel like I need as much gold as I did before because I've gotten almost everything that I want. I mean, all that I'm going for now in this game is just legendary armor, really. Alright, and there we go. That's round 3. Boom, close that. There we go, complete the race in another 3 minutes. So we'll grab those 2. Open this as well, because it gives us extra bags. We'll pop those to the side for now. What else? Defeat all 5 champions and survive his tricks in the Ascent to Madness mission. So do Ascent to Madness. Impress him in a round of Mad King Says. So 3 rounds of Mad King Says. Okay. Find pumpkins and carve them. Okay, so carve 100 pumpkins. Well, probably can't get that done today, but we'll make fair progress on it. We'll carve some. I think I remember seeing another one somewhere else. Not sure. We'll mine this again. There's one there. And we'll go up. We'll open these 31 bags. Nice! Very nice. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lucky. My goodness. Wow. These look kind of cool. Not really in love with any of them, though. What does the shield look like? Okay. The hammer? No. They don't really... No. I'm gonna sell this, because I don't like how it looks. Yep. 11 gold. Nice. Very nice. Barely any effort. 11 gold. Love that. Love to see it. Okay. To return to the annual achievements. Courtly service. Tithe 5 gold. Okay, so spend 5 gold commissioning services for the Mad King's Labyrinth. I'll go ahead and do that now. 1, 2, 3. That's straight up 5 gold. 4. 5. Done. That's 5 gold spent. And that's courtly service obtained. Just go ahead and open this up again. Pop that back there. So, we're at 3 out of 5. Not too shabby. Complete laps of any race or event. Right, 15 times. Sheesh. Da 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 da. Ooh, let me pull up the event timer, because I believe it'll show Mad King Says. Here you go, Halloween. Ooh, a round is about to begin. Alright, in that case, we want to head to Lion's Arch. We'll head to the waypoint here, and then we'll head out through this door, and we'll get the first round of Mad King Says done. That's pretty good. Wow, that was a lucky pull. So, we're going to go to the center of Lion's Arch. We'll carve these pumpkins first. Yeah, everyone's rushing over because it's time for Mad King Says. There's the Mad King's chest. Now, where is the king himself? So this is a fun little game, which you emote, basically. The king will tell you what to do, and then you will emote. So it's pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward. And that'll be one more. It won't bring us to 4 out of 5, but it'll be a step towards completing Overworld Tradition. Then we can try Ascent to Madness. I think that'll be a good shout. What are these other achievements? Lunatic Wardrobe. Right, yeah, that's the only one I've not done. I've never been able to complete Mad King's clock tower. Shadow of the Mad King. Uh huh. Oh, here he is. The clock tower now has a trading mode. Oh, that's true. Good point, Aura Enchanted. Good point. Maybe this year is the year. Maybe this year is the year. There's no timer or stuff. Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good. Yeah, I'll give that a try. Okay, we'll do Mad King Says, and then we'll go do the clock tower on the training mode, and then we'll try the actual clock tower. And we'll see. Here we go. Here Mad King Says. At the top is an NPC to craft the paperback mask. Oh, true. Oh, right, you have to do... Ah, you have to say and say. Shoot. What a shame. This Sir Braham is the most annoying character in the entire game. I need to be able to see myself a little bit better. There we go. Alright, we have one stack. Da-da-da. Earn one key fragment for every 4 stacks. Alright, cool. So we just want to keep on doing this. Pretty chill. Pretty chill. Oh, something sold. Nice, the royal weapon, flame weapon coffer that we got has sold. This dude is only here once a year. Braham will always be in multiple stories. That's funny. It's very peaceful, this music that he plays. I don't know if it's him or if it's someone with an instrument. Not sure. Alright, where's he gone? There he is. What is this? None of that is really worth it. Okay, I'm guessing it's a player that's playing that. It's a music box. Oh, one of the ones that you can get from the drops. That's kind of funky, actually. Not too shabby. Music, they drop in Path of Fire? My goodness. There's a lot I don't know. From Buried as a Treasure. Ah, that's why I don't know it. I never did those. I tried them out and they didn't make sense to me, so I never really engaged with them. There we go. I got a slash laugh. Boop. There's some cheap ones for 9 gold. Oh, there's different ones. Ah. Interesting. I wonder if there's a what's it called? There's a wiki page where I can listen. There's 6 in all. Oh, cool. Is there a wiki page where I can listen to them? Do you know? What is it? Slash gasp. Is that the one? Hmm. There might be. Hmm. What was that command? It's not slash surprise. Weird. Weird, weird, weird. It's pretty funky, people using the novelties to show all the hearts. Yeah. Let's see, what else we got? This will be one of Matt King Says, which is, yeah, this one. Ay, ay, ay. Man, I wonder what the command is for acting surprised. Because I genuinely have no idea what it is. What in the world? Alright, there we go. 9 stacks, which will mean we get 3 key fragments. And with those 3, we can then go ahead and do the Mad King's chest. Just gonna look up the wiki for Mad King Says. Oh man. There isn't any explanation. I was hoping that it would explain which one it is. It isn't like act surprised, is it? Alright. Let's get this. We only got 2. But we had 9 stacks. Huh. Okay. Weird. I think that the game made a mistake there. But, oh well. Yeah, so we've only got 2 fragments, so we can't. We cannot open this chest, unfortunately. Oh well. Alright, let's rush on over to the clock tower. Explorable. Let's try this one out. Hiya, Shiavo. It's going pretty good, dude. Going pretty good. Just checking out the festival. Ah, yes. Little cutscene. I think I've seen this cutscene every single year since I started playing. Alright, let's see. Bum 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 bum. Ooh, I wasn't quite sure I was gonna make that one. Here. Ooh. It's a little bit of a tight jump there. There you go. Ooh. Whew. Then up this way. Okay, apparently it is up this way. Okay. Seems... Color me surprised. Look down. Up to there, and then up to here. There we go. Never mind. Ah, did you think we were in the same instance? Oh, that count? That counted? Huh. I'll take it. I know a lot about the game. I know a fair amount. You know, you can ask questions and ask your questions and I'll tell you if I know a lot about the game. You know, some parts of the game I have no idea about. Anything PvP or World War related, not much. There's a hop down at the dead end, and then you're supposed to use that to climb back up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh, whoa. I don't need any of these. This or a candy corn cob? Oh, let me wiki these. You're a newbie, so you have a lot of questions. Well, shoot away, man. Ask your questions. Ask your questions, and we will try our best to answer them. Personalized trick-or-treat bags. Let's see. What do these drop? Oh, they have a chance. Okay, they have a chance of dropping the nice weapons. I'll take them. Not a single one. Classic. Classic, classic, classic. Boom, boom. Well, at least we're getting stacks of candy corn. Alright, we'll clear our inventory in a bit. Let's think. No way it lets me open it again. That seems like it's... Yeah, it's not letting me open it again. Alright, let's have a think. Let me check the achievements I just got. Complete the stock jumping puzzle. Okay, so for 3, do it 3 times and I get another 3 achievement points, which will take me to 18,400. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it again. Let's see. Bum, bum. Let's go. Ready to climb. Little cutscene. A little cheeky glider action. Woo. Every time that jump just looks like I'm just on the verge of missing it. Oh, and that one straight up looks like I'm on the verge of missing it. Ay, ay, ay. Up. There you go. Yeah, that's what I thought. I saw my screen darken all of a sudden. I'm like, am I low battery? I am a little. I want to learn the game, not PvP. But I don't find many guides to explain everything fast without spending 3 hours in a video of a game. Do you know someone that can teach me how to play the game, preferably in the EU servers? Someone that can teach you how to play the game. Okay. That's a bit of a tall ask. I'll tell you what though. If you're looking for... So hold on, I'm a bit confused by the question. You want to learn the game. You don't find many games. Okay, so you don't play Guild Wars 2 yet, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, because that's... I think that's what you're saying. That you don't play the game just yet. It looks like fun, and you want to know what there is to do in it, right? Without spending 3 hours on a video. Or without playing the game and then going, oh, you know what, I actually don't enjoy this. Oh. Harder than it looks, I promise. It's a good thing it stopped, so I don't have to worry about resetting, so on and so forth, so on and so forth. Every run just gets worse and worse. No, you played the game, but you're level 30, and everything seems so overwhelming. Yeah, that is absolutely. Yep. I completely understand that feeling. The game can 100% feel very overwhelming. Okay, so you've played the game, you're level 30, and you want to know what there is to do. So are you kind of trying to figure out whether it's worth it to keep playing? Because in that case, yes. Okay, good. All right. So now I'm sure I understand what angle you're taking on this. Okay, so there was a video. Hold on, I'm going to tab out of Guild Wars 2 and see if I can't find it. I think it was Mighty Teapot. If I open up YouTube and I look up Mighty Teapot, he's got a video that basically runs through everything there is to do in Guild Wars 2. If you don't know who Mighty Teapot is, he is a content creator for Guild Wars 2, right? My teapot. Everything he does is Guild Wars 2. If I try summary, will that bring it up? Da, 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 da. He does a lot of very big videos, but I'm looking for. Hold on, I'll pull up his channel and I'll see if I can't find it. If we go through his videos, we should be able to find it. Da, 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 da. I think it's called something like Everything You Can Do in Guild Wars 2. Pretty sure that's what it's called. Let's see. Tea time, so on and so forth, so on and so forth. Builds. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. I just remember seeing the video out of the corner of my eye. And I remember like he specifically made a video about this because he was like, yeah, there is absolutely this problem of there's so much to do that you're just like, wow, where do I start? And what is there to do in the end? I'm looking through. Jeez, I am not finding it. You also haven't played the game in months? Yeah, dude. I mean, the base game before level 80 won't really change much, right? Most of the content that comes out, I think, to be honest, all of the content that comes out in Guild Wars 2 comes out for people who are like level 80 plus, which is, or when I say plus, I mean mastery levels, which is like an expansion thing. It's basically, it's the little, you see my green number, I've got like 473, I think, like right down here, which is the mastery level. That's after you reach level 80, you get another level thing. Doesn't actually increase your power, but it's like account wide benefits in a way. So like mounts count as that, gliding counts as that, expansion level stuff. The only guy you found who was teaching you the game disappeared. I mean, it happens, dude. Some people take a break. Some people don't take a break. Some people burn out, so on and so forth. Where is Teapot's video? Literally, I remember him putting out this video. Okay, I'm not finding it. Hold on. If I type in, he lives in Israel and you live in Italy. Yeah, you can't just like, yep. I think it was called Everything to Do in Guild Wars 2. Ah, found it. Okay, it's 17 minutes long. It's called Everything to Do in Guild Wars 2 and Why. So let me just copy the video URL and let me put it in Twitch chat so you can just click on it right off there. Chat, and then connecting the chat, so on and so forth. Yep. Boop. There you go. That's the link. So that is the link to his video, Everything to Do in Guild Wars 2 and Why. So this will basically run you through everything that there is to do in the game, and it's a very good video, right? So I recommend watching that. Does it talk about weapons and stuff? You mean like what kind of weapons your class can use? Is that what you mean? And like what kind of abilities you end up being able to use on each class? Keeping an eye on the chat while I'm doing this, so don't worry. I'm every so often I'm taking a break and looking over at the chat to make sure I'm still up to speed on what you're saying. Oh, come on. Damn. Oh, you mean like a gear rarity? Okay, I mean I can tell you that right now. No, his video won't talk about it because his video is more like a content guide, right? Rather than like specifics of the game. But I can tell you that right now if you want. Shouldn't be too hard to cover. You know, I'll just tell you right now. So you've got essentially different rarities of weapons, right? What this means is a weapon can be anywhere between level 1 to level 80, and it can have a rarity, right? So the rarity is basically how well it performs compared to max level, right? Endgame gear is pink like this, right? And you should see at the little bottom of the tooltip it says Ascended. So this is Ascended gear, and you can see required level 80, right? It says a piece of high quality armor, right? Excuse me. So this is the Endgame gear, Ascended gear. Beyond that, you have Legendary gear, right? The stats are the exact same. The only difference is Legendary gear, if I want to, I can do a right click, I can customize, and I can change to any stat I want, right off the bat, as long as I'm not in combat. You're gonna want. Hold on, let me open up my trusty friend Paint, and let me share Paint. Boom, boom. Here we are. Here's Paint. My good friend Paint. All right, I'm gonna put Paint there. I'm gonna head over to Guild Wars 2 and pop that to the side. Okay. So in yellow, there's rare gear. Let me put this in size 40 so we can actually see it. And to be honest, I don't really want it there. I'm gonna want it somewhere else. All right. Now I forgot the name of the gear, but I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna put the colors here, right? This is the gear rarity in Guild Wars 2. Oh, it's orange next, actually. Exotic, and then followed by after exotic you get Ascended. And then you get, in purple, you get Legendary. But this one I'm going to put here because they're equal to one another. So, boop. Just going to pop that right there. Okay, so these are the gear rarities in Guild Wars 2, right? Now, maximum level in Guild Wars 2 is level 80. So I'm just going to pop that right here. You can trade up to here in gear, right? So what you need to know is that you can buy up until here, right? From this point on, you can no longer trade to get these. 10 is tiny. Hold on. 20, much better, and ideally not there. So what I mean by this is if you wanted to, if you had the gold for it, you could just go ahead and buy exotic gear, right? You cannot buy Ascended gear. You cannot buy, well, you can buy legendaries. So if I just get rid of Paint, and then we head on over to the trading post, right? And go to trading post. And now this character is level 80, right? So I'm going to do match my level. So it'll show weapons that are at 75 to 80. You can see here, I can buy stuff that is exotic. So it's got orange text, right? When I mouse over, it says exotic and it says required level 80. So you can buy weapons. Now, some of these are more expensive because they look nicer, right? If we were to go ahead and sort by price and scroll down, you can see here there's normal level gear. So when it's white text, it's just normal. It's bad. Basically, it's not even fine. That's what the quality is. So this one doesn't have a quality, right? So the stats are worse than if you were to take a look at the axe on the left. That's my Ascended axe, right? So the stats are worse, even though it's also a level 80 weapon, right? Because the rarity is worse. So that's why you want to end up having Ascended gear, right? Because Ascended gear is the best that it can be. Now, I'm going to pull back I'm gonna pull paint back up because this is an important little step to understand. The jump from exotic to ascended, right, is a 10% difference in stats. Now this 10%, boop. So you can do any content in the game with exotic, right? If you want to do, there's 3 main group contents. Teapot goes into it in his video. I'm going to put them in red, right? It's strikes, raids, just going to put roughly there, and then fractals. Ascended is only needed for fractals. If you're just going to do strikes and raids, you don't need ascended, right? Now, you're in the situation where you kind of don't understand gear rarity, right? So most likely right now you're playing through the story. You said you're level 30. So you'll have seen maybe some blues, some greens, and some yellows, right? You probably won't have seen exotic, ascended, legendary. So for now I'm going to ignore those. The main idea, right, the way that Guild Wars 2 works is it really wants you to reach level 80. Like, it really wants you to reach level 80 because everything that's in the game is basically level 80, right? So that's what it is, shift and draw. You have a legendary, but how do you have a legendary? Do you have the M? How did you get a legend? Okay. You don't even know. Okay. You don't remember. Do you have other characters that are level 80? Has someone played on your account? Like, you remember it's like an axe. Yeah, I mean, it might not be a legendary. No, never. Jeez, I don't know, man. That's kind of funky. Okay, well, we'll ignore it for now. Basically, I'm assuming your main character is level 30, right? Because you said you were level 30. Is that correct, or do you have another character that is like a higher level? Because until you reach level 80, you basically don't really need to worry about gear rarity. No. Okay, so you don't have another character that's level 80 or anything above. All right. In that case, you can basically ignore the whole exotic, ascended, whatever, until you reach level 80. What you need to do right now, we did this a little bit earlier on stream where I swapped out some gear, but you only have a level 30 or 40, you really don't remember, and a level 3 character. Okay. That's a-okay, man. I forget how many character slots you get by default, but I would encourage you to keep those characters because you get these things called birthday gifts. Oof, we made it. Hold on, let me just finish this jumping puzzle, and then I will get back to answering your question. Whew. All right, number 2 done. Thank goodness. No problem. Cool. All right, open that up. Head back down. All right, let's go back to answering your question. Oh, right, paint is still up on the screen. Okay, great. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. I mean, I'm just chilling, so. Okay, if we take a look at how it works. Thanks for the follow, dude. No worries. So, if we take a look at what you'll have seen so far, you're level 30, right? At most, 30 to 40 at most. So, this exotic ascended legendary you can basically ignore because up until level 80 you will be seeing this and maybe a little bit of exotic. What you're going to want to do is you're just going to play through the story, right? Because the story will take you through the world. It'll show you a little bit of like what the world is about, what the content is like, and it'll give you gear, right? This is the way it works. Blue gear is worse than the other two, right? Stupid little arrow. Boom. So blue gear, sorry, is worse than the other two. So over here, I'm gonna go ahead and open up. If I type in unidentified, I think gear. then that should be able to pull it up. Wait, do I have... No, I don't have any on this character. Okay. Okay, ignore that. So, you level 30 to 40, you're going to be playing through the story. Honestly, if you mouse over a piece of gear and you find that it's got green numbers on it, so it's better than what you currently have, you should probably equip it, right? Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Hold on. We're going to actually make this properly good. I'm going to log out of this character. We're going to go on a character who's kind of in the middle of nowhere and I think has some gear in her inventory. Because we're going to need to go over a couple concepts first. Let me go ahead and make a whole new paint thing. Yeah, nice, that wiped that. Okay. If I look in here... she doesn't have any. Who would have any? On this account, nobody. Okay, I know what we're gonna do. Because there's basically two things you got to keep in mind with gear, right? Number one is going to be rarity. When you're looking at gear, you want to keep in mind the level of the gear, the rarity of the gear, and the presets. You open the game after a long time, you have a yellow rifle. Okay, great. So rather stats or stats/attributes. I forget what it's called. I think it's just called attributes. Bum bum bum. And let me move. I move this to here. There we go. So level, rarity, and attributes. Now, what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna buy some gear, so I can show you what I'm on about directly, right? Okay, well, there's an exotic. So that's the exotic taken care of. Do I have something that she can equip? Yes. Okay, great. I just want to grab stuff that she cannot equip so I can show you really easily. Boom. We'll show it this way. This. Buy one of this. It's unidentified gear is what it's called. And you're level 36. Okay. Okay. We want to get one of these. And we want to get a blue if we can. Boom, boom. Alright. Pop that there. I'll show. That to there. This to here. Here we go. Piece of common gear. Nice. Okay, so here we go. Little gear introduction. We're gonna go into a lot of detail. This isn't really necessary. That's not cool. It clips into the floor. And no, there's enemies here. There we go, it loaded. It's taking a little while. Alright, cool. So, we're just interested in these items, right? This is the different rarities in Guild Wars 2. When you look at... You also really want the DLC so you can finally have a mount and stop walking everywhere. Yeah, the core game... if anyone's been playing for a while, they will have done walking everywhere. And it's... Honestly, it's kind of fun the first time, but afterwards you're like, eventually, especially now that mounts are in the game, you kind of feel slow. So yeah, I get that. If you do want the DLC, it's the Path of Fire DLC, not Heart of Thorns. And you could get the most recent one, but I would recommend the Path of Fire one because you get a lot more mounts, right? And also it's pretty fun to play. Like, I enjoyed it more than I've enjoyed Sotos thus far. So, if we look at gear, this is what you want to keep in mind. The level of the gear, the rarity of the gear, and the actual attributes. When it comes to level, right, you just want it to match your level. it's that simple, right? Maximum level in Guild Wars 2 is level 80, right? So I'm gonna put, 1 to 80 because that's literally all the possible levels in Guild Wars 2. So if I was to, for example, look at the gear that I have right now on this character, right? You see this trident right here, right? It's blue, so it's of a blue rarity, and it says fine at the very bottom, right? You see 98 copper, which is how much it would sell for to an NPC. Salvage standard, so it tells me that if I salvage it, I'll get the normal things that I would get from salvaging an item of this rarity. Required level 79, so I know I can equip it level 79 and higher. It's two-handed, so I can only equip it at 1 point. It's a trident, that tells me the type of weapon, and it's fine, that's the rarity, right? Whereas if I look at this one, I see masterwork, where fine was. What is salvaging? Salvaging is when you use, for example, a salvage kit, right? Now, this one's a special one that you can use infinitely. They normally have a set amount of charges, so this one has 234 left, this one has 20 left. And you have different kits that are used to salvage different items. So in this case, for example, there's like some players have worked out the ideal salvage kit to use on what rarity, but basically when you double click on a salvage kit, you can then select an item and you can salvage it, right? So if I was to click on this, it would ask me to confirm because it's a very valuable piece of equipment. Same for exotics, not for these. These you can just instantly salvage, right? To salvage Ascended, you need special kits that cost 1 gold each, right? So you don't need to worry about that. If you get some Ascended pieces, put them aside. You worry about them once you're level 80 and once you can actually use them, right? So each piece of gear has a certain level, right? All Ascended are level 80, simply because Ascended is endgame gear, so it's maximum level gear. Exotics can go down to, I believe, level 75. So you can have some level 75 exotics, and those will be a bit weaker than level 80 exotics, right? But once you're in exotics, you don't really need to worry about gear, because again, Ascended is only 10% better, and if you're gonna do group content in Guild Wars 2, unless it's fractals, you can basically stick to using exotics. So at this point, you'll probably have seen fine rarity gear, masterwork rarity gear, and rare rarity gear, right? Which is in yellow. Depending on what your level is, right? So if I go ahead and open up Paint it again, you will have seen gear that's anywhere between level 1 to 60 in your case. So I'm going to put your case here in green. All right, 1 to 60. Or actually, no, you're level 40, my bad. Anywhere between 1 to 40 is what you will have seen. So at this point, you don't need to worry about the end game gear because you're not yet max level, right? Just know that if you do see something that is purple, or if you see something that is pink, or if you see something that is orange, don't get rid of it. Just keep it somewhere in your bags, right? Somewhere in your inventory, because it might come in useful later. So right here, let's see. Yeah, so levels, what you want to keep in mind. Rarity, so goes, of course. We'll just do it this way. Fine. Masterwork. Rare. Exotic. Ascended. Shoot. Slash legendary. Let me zoom out on that. I'll pop that in purple. There we go. So you basically only really need to worry about these up until you're level 80, right? Because the rest of these are after level 80. And exotics, you will be seeing afterwards, right? So post 80. There we go. So you just want to make sure that the gear that you're equipping is at your level. and that it's the highest rarity it can be, right? It doesn't matter if you're running through the story with full rares. It doesn't matter if you're running through the story with full masters. You just have to make sure it's the correct level. And if you've got better gear, that you equip the best gear that you can, right? When you're playing, now this is important, right? When you're playing through the story, you shouldn't need to buy gear. You should be absolutely fine with just the gear that the story gives you, okay? What I mean is, there's no point in, for example, going onto the player market, all right, hitting match my level. So let's say you're level 40 at most. So if we put level 40, no point doing this, going into, weapons, axes, and buying the best weapon you can get, right, for 4 gold. Don't do that, right? It is a waste of your money because you're basically buying gear that isn't really worth buying, right? And for that same amount of gold, you can get, if we do a match my level, you can get weapons that are exotic, level 80, right, for not too far away from the same price. So that is one thing to not do and to keep in mind, okay? So as you play through, oh, my mouse is doing some weird double clicking. As you play through the story, you should be able to just make your way through the story up until you're done with the core story with the best gear you can get from drops, right? No need to spend money on buying gear. Now, that's up until you reach level 80. I'm only going to tell you up until you reach level 80 because afterwards it's a whole new thing. What is the core story? Okay, good question. I'm going to hide paint again, and I'm going to swap character so I can show you what I'm on about. So the core story, how long is the story? Every 10 levels you unlock a new piece of the story. So the way that you're supposed, quote unquote, supposed to play the game is you're supposed to play the game until you reach level 10, and that'll unlock a piece of the story, right? If I go hit a story journal, I go to my story, because I've done the core story on this character. Here you go. It's 8 different chapters, each one unlocked at a different level. So this is my character. These are the options I selected when I created him, right? That's chapter 1, which you play. This is the level 10 story, right? The level 20 story, 30, all the way through to level 80, right? When you're done with chapter 8 here, this is in the story journal, this is considered the core story, because after this begins the living world, right? Or if you have the expansions, you can go right to Heart of Thorns, and you can start doing the first expansion. The story is meant to give you a little bit of experience to get you to the next level. As for how long it is, every 10 levels you unlock a chapter, right? Up until your max level. I would recommend playing through it at least once on at least one character. Afterwards, you don't really need to do the story. Like, this is, I think, the only character I've completed the story on because there wasn't any point to me doing it on other characters. I'm going to swap back to the character who has the gear on her, right? So I can show you what I'm on about when I'm talking about gear. So if we look at this character, for example, we go to my story. I've played up until level 21 and I haven't played level 21, but I took this character to level 80, right? So if you enjoy the story, that is one thing you can do. So let's think. So that's that for the core story. I hope that makes sense. As for how long it is, again, the way you're supposed to play through it is you play around the world until you reach level, like the next 10 levels, and then you play the next story. Up until, so it's meant to give you a little bit of downtime so you don't feel like you're constantly playing through the story, right? To give you time to explore the world, and you get a bunch of experience from exploring, right? For discovering new things. So it really helps you level up quick. Okay. Now, when we talk about gear, we've talked about level, we've talked about rarity. Next, we're going to talk about attributes, and this is where it gets a little bit confusing, right? So, if I were to look at this trident that I've got, right? It says Berserker's Black Earth Trident, and I've got power, precision, and ferocity as the stats. Berserker's tells me that it is called the prefix, right? And it tells me that it has those 3 stats. right? So when I see Celestial, I know it means it has every single stat possible, right? If you look at the Trident on the right. So we're very lucky. This is a really good example of side-by-side comparison. Celestial has every single stat available, right? Berserkers only has these stats, right? It only has power, precision, and ferocity. But if you look at the values are different when you look at Berserkers. It has emphasis on power, and then it has precision and ferocity at higher than they would be on Celestial, but at lower than they are for power, right? There are a lot of different gear possibilities, right? If I open this up, these are all the different ones. So there's a lot of variety in gear. All right, I see you're confused. I'm not sure what part you're confused about because I just said a lot. So can you try and tell me what part is that confuses you? And I'll go back over it. I'll see if I can make it simpler so we can make sure you understand what I'm talking about. Berserker has higher stats, but in the yellow there are more, so it's better. Okay, I see why you're confused. Okay. All right. So, all right. Here's one way to look at it. Right. Okay. I think I know how to make you understand what I mean. If you look at the weapon strength, right? The weapon on the left is the weapon that's in my inventory. The weapon on the right is the one that I have equipped, right? The one on the left is a fine quality trident, and the one on the right is an exotic quality trident. The weapon strength of the weapon on the left is shown in red, right? That means that it's worse than the one that I have equipped, which is the one on the right. If, for example, I were to mouse over this one, we see the weapon strength is better, right? Now, it won't show you the same comparison because I can't equip it. Same for this, but if I mouse over this, right, between exotic and ascended, if you look at the weapon strength, I've currently got an ascended hammer on the right equipped, and the weapon strength is higher than the weapon strength for my staff on the left. That's what gear quality affects. It's basically the maximum damage you can deal, right? So gear quality affects the maximum damage you can deal, which is why you always want to go for the best you can equip, right? And then what I mean by higher stats, right, is the way that the stats are distributed per piece of gear. So the hammer on the right is also Berserkers, right? You can see it has 251 power, 179 precision, 179 ferocity. So the emphasis is on power because it's a piece of Berserker's gear. Whereas on the left, the staff has every single stat available on a weapon, but it has them at lower than a weapon that is specifically focused on like 3 different stats, if that makes sense. Basically, if I press H and I open up the hero panel, I've got here, right, I go here, equipment, attributes. These are my stats right here, right? So I can see, okay, 1,000 power, 1,000 toughness, blah, 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 right? What you see when you mouse over the weapon will affect the stat that you have. So if I come out of this and, okay, I'm on my hammer here, right? If I equip this staff, my stats are going to change here, right? I have 2,394 power versus with the hammer, I have 2,532, right? So rarity, the stat that the weapon has will affect your total stats, right? Your attributes. So you want the best quality gear because it'll give you like more damage, right? You don't want weapons to do everything, but you want to focus on specific stats and also have better weapon power. See, this is the annoying thing. Yes and no, because it depends on what you want to play, right? So Some builds are built around the fact that the weapon has everything, right? Some builds specifically want to deal, for example, with this character, want to deal damage, 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 right? There are two kinds of damage in the game. There's power damage, which is like instant damage, right? In the same way that like when I hit, it'll deal a certain amount, right? And so of course then I want to hit more. And then there's condition damage, and condition damage works with little stacks. So in the same way that I have these little icons down here, you'll see them pop up here, right? Or if I were to damage an enemy. So let's say, hold on, let me find an enemy to go damage. So see this guy, right? If I do this, see this little burning thing? That's a condition, right? He's being attacked by the condition. If I smack him, see the damage number that popped up here? This is physical damage, right? Oh, I thought that was an enemy. That's what I'm on about. So I'm going to fly back to the quote-unquote safe zone here. But what I mean is there are two different kinds of damage in Guild Wars 2. There's condition damage and there's physical damage. So sometimes, depending on what you want to do in Guild Wars 2, you can build your character to be like a support class. You can build your character to be a damage dealer. And it depends on, it's a little confusing, I grant you. It takes a little bit of getting used to. But you basically select your gear based off of what you want to do with the character, right? So certain classes are predisposed to do certain things, right? For example, I don't really know Elementalist very well, but if I were to take a look at, for example, can you hold on? Is the chat box covering this? No, great. You're an engineer. Okay, I do have an engineer, so I will. You think you're more of a support? See, this is kind of the annoying thing, but also the beauty of Guild Wars 2, is you can create your engineer to be a support, or you can make him into a damage dealer, whatever you want. It's just that if I open up the hero panel here and I go to build, right? When you reach level 80, you'll have all three of these unlocked. This bottom one is what's called the specialization, right? Now, this particular build is a heal alack mechanist build. This means that this character will provide health. It'll also provide alack, which is a boon, so it's a boon support, right? And it doesn't focus on damage, so it does comparatively low damage, but it heals and it provides alacrity, which lowers everyone's cooldowns, right? So it's a really good support class. Now, I could also, with Mechanist, go with a Condi Mechanist, right? The exact same specialization, right? It's still a Mechanist, it's still an engineer with the, if I go to training and I scroll all the way down, with the End of Dragons Mechanist specialization, right? Once you reach level 80, you will get those three, and you can pick three different specializations here. But depending on the expansions that you have owned, you unlock either, for example, Scrapper with Heart of Thorns, Hollowsmith with Path of Fire, or Mechanist with End of Dragons. Now, I've only unlocked Mechanist because that's what I wanted to do with this character, right? But even with just End of Dragons going with a Mechanist, I was able to build this character into being able to both do damage with Condi Mechanist, and I have a whole gear set that is just entirely damage, right? So see, all of this is Vipers, because Vipers is Power, which is pure damage, Precision, which is critical hit, Condition damage, which is the damage of my conditions, because this is a Condi damage build, so I focus on putting the maximum amount of conditions on the enemy, and Expertise, which is condition duration. It requires some dedication. Yeah, a fair bit. It gets way easier after the first one. Trust me. So, when you're looking at a character in Guild Wars 2, right, the game can basically be split up into two different phases. How many hours do I have? 2,691 hours. Am I playing it on Steam? I am not. I've been playing it since about 7 to 8 years ago off of the Guild Wars 2 client. So, nope. I am not playing it on Steam. But when you're looking at a class in Guild Wars 2, you have, yeah, that's it. It is quite a lot of hours, but keep in mind it's over like 7 years, man. Like, it's not like I started playing yesterday and I went, oh yeah, let me just put in 2.7k hours. Like, nah, it's quite a bit more. So when you create a character in Guild Wars 2, you have two phases of the game, really. You have the pre-level 80 and the post-level 80, right? Before level 80, Guild Wars 2 is a very different game than it is after level 80 because of what kind of stuff you can do in the game, right? Before level 80, you're basically doing map exploration, finding out what the game is like, finding out if you like how the story is delivered, right? Like the story instances and so on and so forth. And then after you reach level 80 on a character, you can decide if you want to do group content or not, right? Because that's when you reach the level to do all the group content, like raids, fractals, which is the equivalent of dungeons, and the other one, strikes, which is like mini raids, right? In a way, that's a pretty rough way of looking at it, but it basically covers it. So once you reach level 80, your character then it becomes a question of, okay, what do you want to do, right? Because I'm gonna go ahead and once again reset my little paint thing here. So up here, control, and don't save that. There's basically three different types of content in the game. Ba-bum-bum-bum. Let me just. You really like dungeons. You hope you have the mental power to have all ascended gear. Don't worry about it, man. Like it's very doable because you don't need to start doing fractals with ascended gear. So hold on, let me get this typed up. Do you have to spend more than 300 hours? No way. No way. Hold on, let me type this up so that you can see roughly how it works. It's funny, I did this yesterday, a couple days ago as well, because there was another guy who was here who was also a little bit confused about the different types of endgame that you can do. So, if you can see here on the paint document, right, there's three different endgame PvE content types in Guild Wars 2. You have fractals, you have strikes, and you have raids. I'm just gonna roughly divide them up like this, more or less. And I'm gonna put a red number, which indicates the difficulty or the way that I think you should approach it, right? Like, I would recommend that you start with strikes and you work your way into fractals and then you work your way into raids. That's what I mean by this number, right? So, the way this works is raids reset weekly, right? So I'm going to put that, if I can arrange that. There we go. Weekly, this is daily, and this is daily. This is the resets, right? So I'm going to go back into Guild Wars 2. Boop. If I go to achievements and I click on daily, you'll see here daily strike mission. This is Iceboot Saga, which is a living world season, right? Which is, you can think of it like a mini expansion. This is from Shadows of the Obscure, the latest expansion. And this is from End of Dragons, which was the expansion before the latest expansion. But these are basically fights where you fight one boss. They're 10-man content, and you go in, you kill the boss, and you're done, right? And each day these will change. So currently for Shadows of the Obscure, there's only 2 of them, but it rotates between all the different ones between all different expansions. So every single day there are 3 different ones that you can do that'll give you bonus little rewards, right? So that's what these are. Fractals, you have the recommended, which every single day it's 3 different recommended. And then you have the dailies, which is 3 different dailies. And the thing about fractals is that they're split up into different tiers. So I am going to just make sure I'm back on Heal-Alac Mechanist on this character. And I'm going to show you how fractals works. So I'm going to load into Mistlock Sanctuary because from here I can access the fractals and I can show you how the UI looks and how it works, right? So this character is level 80. All of my characters are level 80 because that's the maximum level. So once they reach maximum level, that's it, right? This is how fractals work, right? So you have 4 different tiers. Tier 1 all the way to tier 4, right? And you see here this little icon here. Now this shows that I've done it already, but if you have no friends and you want to play NG, you have to go damage. Not at all. That is not the case. You can basically play either way. When you're first working your way towards level 80, I would recommend going damage simply because that way you can work your way through the story with a lot more like ease, right? Because you can actually kill the mobs that pop up. You don't have to worry about not being able to deal enough damage. So once you reach level 80, you can do whatever. Because the game has an in-game, I'm going to press Y to open up the LFG tool. These are friends, right? But if I go to looking for group here, I can go into strike mission. I can see there's people doing strike missions right now, right? These are all different groups with a maximum of 10 players. So some of these are asking for KP, which is kill proof. Don't worry about that. Come back and ask me questions when to level 80 about that, right? But this is how you can find groups doing the content, right? So here, raids, so on and so forth. And fractals right here, you can see right now there's people doing the level 1 fractals. Not many right now because it's like, well, where I am, it's 8 p.m., so it's a little bit late, right? But as you keep moving on, you can see through the different difficulties, the different people clearing the content at different difficulties, right? And of course, most people, once they reach max level, they work their way up to fractal 100, right? Which is the hardest difficulty fractal that you can do, and which gives the most rewards. And here, you can see the sheer amount of groups that are doing like fractals, right? Like, and this is, again, it's late in the day. People are doing fractals. Like, there's a lot of people. And if we were to make a group right now, because you can always make your own group, right? Advertise your group and you can call it whatever you want. Let's see, the last time I made a group, it was for Wing 2, which is a raid. It's very easy to make a group and find one here. So, when you first start doing fractals, you got to keep in mind there's just one thing. It's 8 p.m. where I live. Yeah, it is 8 p.m. right now. When you take a look at what there is in fractals, right? Let's say you mouse over this. You'll see there's a little number on the right-hand side. You'll see volcanic, which is the name of the fractal. Eliminate a Grawl cult that resides inside a volcano, which is a brief description of the story inside the fractal. And on the right-hand side, there's a number. Yeah, UK. You'll see a 0, right? That 0 refers to your agony resistance. This number is going to keep increasing once you reach, I think it's number 20. It starts to go up. Oh. Here we go. Yeah, number 20. So you can do 1 all the way through to 19 in full exotic gear, right? Because this agony resistance you get from, I'm just going to go here, here. See here, I've got 2 +9 agony infusions, right? And agony is a stat. You see here 167 agony resistance. This is only used in fractals. Basically, fractals past number 20 will deal a little bit of damage to you, right? And I'm going to load into number 20, right, just because, to show you. Let's go number 0 first. So, this is the fractal lobby, right? When you go in, it's what it says. It's a waiting room. But you usually join groups from Lion's Arch, which is where you can come into here, or elsewhere. Now, here you see there's nothing in this little spot. If we go ahead and we turn the difficulty up by 1, right? So we're going from fractal difficulty 19 to fractal difficulty 20. You'll see now on the upper right, suggested agony resistance 8, right? Basically, this means you want to start doing this once you have at least one piece of ascended gear. And you see this little circle right here. This one, if you walk into it, will give you agony, right? Which, like it said right there, hold on, let me do this, and then I can do this and ping it here. so we can always take a look at it. So, deals damage every second, stacks intensity, reduces incoming healing and barrier application by 70% per stack, damage is reduced by agony resistance. So, in short, in fractals, if you don't have the correct agony resistance, in this case 8, and it keeps on going up the higher up you go, you will take constant damage and you won't be able to clear the dungeon because you'll keep on dying, right? That's where Ascended Gear comes in. Ascended Gear lets you put in this little, here we go, here's a piece of Ascended Gear, this little agony infusion, right? Right here, this +9 agony infusion. These can go up to, I think, like plus 30 was a theoretical maximum, but you don't need to worry about that because you only really need to make sure every single piece of yours has a +9 in to make sure that you reach over 150, which is the maximum agony resistance required, right? If I run back to where the selector was to allow me to select which fractal I want to do, so over this way, to the scale setting sequencer, which lets me then pick what I want. And if I go to the highest possible fractal, excuse me, I'm losing my voice a tiny bit, Silent Surf, you'll see the number is 150, right? Yeah, it is a cool looking sword. It's a legendary. It actually cost me 2 legendaries to make because this is, you combine this one, Twilight, and this one, Sunrise, to make Eternity, which, is there a way for me to do a little preview? Yeah, there is, there we go. This is what the weapon looks like. And depending on the time of day in game, it'll switch between the 2 different skins. So it looks like this. When it's stowed, it looks like this. And then when I walk, it gives me little footsteps. Take a look. See? It's kind of funky. It was really expensive, and it was a pain, but I'm happy with it. I think it really completes my character's look. Nah, don't worry, dude. Like it's easier to go through all the info now. So in short, this is roughly how it works, right? You can start doing fractals starting from the moment that you have exotic gear, right? And then once you start getting bits of exotic, bits of ascended pieces, so there's different ways to get ascended gear. There are different videos out there that will show you how to do that, right? So Muckluck has a video. I think Mighty Teapot probably has a video as well. Yeah, this guy Muckluck has a bunch of videos that are really helpful. But including one that is like a guide to every single fractal. So you can kind of see what they look like, what you're getting into, so on and so forth. But that's where Ascended Gear comes in, right? It's only used in fractals because you can put in this agony resistance, and that agony resistance will then let you essentially go through the actual content, right? But you can do 1 all the way to 20, all the way to 19, sorry, without needing any Ascended Gear. And the reason why you want to start doing that as soon as you have exotic gear is because these will drop chests, right? I don't have any on this account because I opened them already. This works. So this one is, so the tier 1. So let's say you were to do today's dailies, right? Let's say you did Molten Furnace, which has a 0 agony requirement, right? You could have done all of today's dailies, to be honest, because you see here 0, 0, and 0. And this one, Molten Furnace, is the exact same as this one, but it's just at a harder difficulty. So the enemies have a bit more health, so on and so forth. So usually what you'll do is you'll just do them on the lowest one here. Even at tier 4, right? Today, they were all on here, right? But let's say, for example, I think it's Snowblind, right? Is number 93, but it's also 86. Most groups will do it at 86 because it's just a little bit easier and the rewards are the same, right? So if you were to do daily tier 1 Molten Furnace today, right? I'm going to go here, daily fractals, see the rewards. That's a deep stone. Here we go, Molten Furnace. You will get this, the Fractal Initiates chest, once you finish it. We're going to do a preview on this. The reason why you want to start doing your fractals as soon as possible, I'm going to move it to this side because I know you can see it here, is because you're going to get a chance to drop Tomes of Knowledge, which you can then use to level up other characters, you're also going to get these ascended rings, right? You have a chance of getting these. So you're not guaranteed to get them, but there is a chance that you will get them. So this is the way you can get some ascended gear for your account, right? And this is where, for example, we talked about before, where you can get like Berserker's gear, right? Where you have power, precision, ferocity. So you have a certain stat spread, but also there's an emphasis on power. So this is literally right here, endgame gear. It is this straightforward to get, right? You start doing your fractals. If you can do the dailies for the day, you do the dailies for the day at the highest tier you can. And this is where it gets really cool, because I don't have to run through every single tier and do every single difficulty, right? You do the ones on tier 1 that you can do. If you do them on tier 2, if I were to do Deepstone right here, right? You see daily tier 1 Deepstone, daily tier 2 Deepstone. When I mouse over it, there are 2 of them shown because I get both rewards at once. So when you reach the point where you have over 150 agony resistance, or when you have just 150, you do them on tier 4. See here, if I mouse over Deepstone here, tier 1, 2, 3, 4 Deepstone. So you finish it and you get the rewards as if you had done 4 different fractals. You basically get 4 of these boxes, so 4 times as many rolls to get a ascended piece of gear, right? And that's why you will eventually end up with more ascended gear than you know what to do with, which is currently my case, right? So that's how you start getting ascended gear, and you can start doing that once you have exotics. There's getting exotics is a whole topic in itself, so I think we could talk about that another day. We'll see, right? But this is basically how you start getting rings, and then rarely you'll get pieces of gear here that are armor, right? So you can get all sorts of different drops that are armor. You can also get, these are just skins, right? These aren't actually pieces of gear. You can tell because there's no like damage number on them. Versus here, it says double click to choose an ascended weapon with assassin stats, right? And if we take a look at what assassin is, I'm going to go on a piece of legendary gear because we can just find it here. It's power, precision, and ferocity, right? With an emphasis on precision. So we know that this will raise our crit chance a lot, right? And it'll increase our damage, which is power, and ferocity, I believe, is your crit damage. So there you go. That's roughly how the gear works and how you can start getting ascended gear pretty quickly. Let's see. What else did you want to know? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to open up Paint again. So yeah. I'm going to write here. That was a lot, but you got everything. Yeah, man, no worries. 19 in exotics. You think you remember how you got the legendary? That would be good because that's pretty surprising that you have a legendary at level 40. I'm just doing a big stretch. And I'm gonna drink some water. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so that's how fractals work, right? But of course, fractals, uh, obviously, if you can do them, the earlier you start doing them, the better, because the sooner you'll get pieces of ascended gear, right? Or the sooner you'll get better gear, in short. But to do them, you kind of want exotics. So before that, let's look at what exotics let you do. They'll let you start doing fractals, which eventually you'll need ascended to do better and better, to do higher and higher ones, right? And eventually your character will be in full ascended, right? Which is when you can do anything in the game, right? Absolutely anything. But I'm going to show you what strikes are, right? So we're going to go out of this character. I'm going to hide paint, and I'm going to show you what strikes are. Do you own any expansions? Because that will determine which strikes you have access to. Strikes were added in the, I think you participated in a boss that randomly spawns somewhere raid. Is your random yellow? Okay. Yep. Oh, and then you opened it and it gave you. Hmm. I mean, that is a possibility because these have, when you open a piece of unidentified gear, right, either a blue one or green one or a yellow one, they have a chance of upgrading into the next piece, into the next rarity, right? So I could open a blue and it opens into a green, right? Or I can open a green and I can get a yellow, or you can open a yellow and get an exotic. And I'm just gonna go ahead and click match my level, blah 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 blah. If we take a look at weapons, exotic weapons, I'm just gonna sort by price to show you what I'm on about. These are the legendaries in purple, but to make them, you need where? Huh? Hey, let me just type this in. There you go. So you can get this, right, like Dawn, which is a precursor, which is then used. So it's the weapon that you need to craft the legendary, right? So every single legendary has what's called a precursor, and with this weapon, you can then craft Sunrise, which is the one that looks like this. So there you go. Okay, you don't have any expansions. All right, but you really wanted Path of Fire. So, good and bad news. Bad news first. Path of Fire doesn't come with any strikes. Strikes were added in the expansion after Path of Fire. Good news, if you have Iceboot Saga, which you can know if you press H, you go to Story Journal, and if you can click on Iceboot Saga, and you should be able to see these, and it won't have like a buy this episode icon, right? You should just be able to like play the chapter. Then you can have access to Iceboot Saga strikes. So, I'm going to take this character, and we're going to go to the Iceboot Saga strike lobby, which is up top here. It's called Eye of the North. Da, 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 da. Little loading screen, and then, okay, here we are. So, this is Eye of the North, and the giant portal behind us is where you can access strikes. I'm going to carve these pumpkins because there's an achievement, and I'm working my way towards it. Very good. The point is, when I run into this, you see I like to join a dragon response mission, which is another type of content, a strike mission, which is what we're interested in, and then the other two options you can basically ignore. You're not at the computer anymore, sorry. Yeah, no worries, man. When you look at this, right, these are the different strike missions that are available in Iceboot Saga. So there are, I'm going to assume that you can still hear me, even though I'm guessing you can't see me anymore. So when you go to Eye of the North, which is a map in the very north of the Guild Wars 2 world, you will then be able to access the Iceboot Saga strikes. If you own the End of Dragons expansion, there's another place which will then let you access the End of Dragon strikes. And if you own the Secrets of the Obscure expansion, there is yet another place. It's a bit weird, but they kind of spread them out to all sorts of different places, where you can access the ones that are available for Shadows of the Obscure. If you don't own any of those, then you won't be able to do any strikes, which is not a problem because the game existed before strikes. The game will exist after strikes. Like, there's other ways of getting your gear. Strikes are just one way of, like, there's just one type of group content and there's one way to get gear, right? It is an additional way, so it is something else that you can do to work your way towards getting endgame gear, but you're watching on your phone? Oh, okay, cool. So you could go ahead and look at, strikes and work your way through those to get endgame gear. So strikes can be a way to get ascended gear, for example, right? I'm going to go back to the other character that we had parked here. Let's see. So if you don't have any expansions, you can well, you won't be able to do strikes and you won't be able to do raids because raids are tied to the expansions. There are 4 different types of raids in Guild Wars 2. Sorry, not 4 different types of raids. I'm saying that wrong. There are 4 raids per expansion in Guild Wars 2. Heart of Thorns has they're called wings, right? Wings 1 to 4, and I think there's a wing 8. There might only be 7 wings now that I think about it. I'm pretty sure there's only 7 wings. Sorry. So Heart of Thorns has 4 different raids, and Path of Fire has 3 different raids. So depending on the expansion that you get, you'll be able to play some raids or not all of them, right? So if you get Path of Fire, you won't be able to play the Heart of Thorns raids. If you get Heart of Thorns, you won't be able to play the Path of Fire raids. Makes sense. If you own both, you'll be able to do both. So that's how you unlock raids. And raids are level 80 content, group content, 10-player content, so on and so forth. And you want to do them in exotics or, if possible, ascended. Purely because of the stat difference, right? More damage, quicker, better. In short. So, since you don't own any expansions, the endgame content that you can do is going to be fractals, right? So it's a good thing you like dungeons because that is what you can do. Is there a quote-unquote better DLC? Oh boy, a DLC ranking. All right, new paint document. Let's see. So, I'm just going to type in all the names first so you can then see the names and we can compare. I believe you actually get these as a bundle now. Hold on, let me pull up the Guild Wars 2 website and make sure. Guild Wars 2, because I think now you can only buy, if I go to shop, buy Guild Wars 2, buy now. I'm navigating on the website as I'm talking. Yeah, you do. Yeah, okay, cool. That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay, so in that case, we will rank it like this. Boom, boom, and like this. Secrets of the Obscure. So, okay, yeah, you can see that. These are the 3 different DLC options you can get, right? And End of Dragons and Path of Fire plus Heart of Thorns cost the same. You're waiting for it to go on discount because you basically have no money to spend in video games now. Yeah, sometimes it does go on discount and it is absolutely worth it. Honestly, I'm going to tell you which one is the best one, and then I'm going to go ahead and explain to you why, right? It's undeniably this one. Like, it's not even close. It is not even close. Heart of Thorns plus Path of Fire. Oh, right, you're playing on Steam. Oh, I don't know if... Do they do sales for Guild Wars 2 on Steam? Let me see. If I look up Guild Wars 2, I can pull up the Steam DB page and see if they went on sale. Yeah, euros. Yep. No worries, dude. I'm not from the UK, so I also work with euros. Ghost Heart of Thorns and Ghost of Path of Fire expansions. Steam DB, which will show us if it's ever gone on sale. You just didn't buy it when it happened. Okay, so it does go on sale. Yeah. All right, let me hide my bookmarks because privacy on the internet. And if I go ahead and do this, and I do internet and I pick the correct one. Okay. All right, this is SteamDB, right? SteamDB is a really useful website for Steam that basically shows the price history, right? So this is over a year. So we can see in the past year, since November 2022, all the way to October 2023, when it's gone on sale. So normally it's priced at £25. I have it in pounds because I'm in the UK, but it drops down during the summer sale to £13, right? So about half price, literally half price, and that is the most it has ever gone on sale. right? Because it's only been on the store since September. So it goes down to half price during the autumn sale, the winter sale, the summer sale. So you can expect at around those times that it might go on sale. So honestly, just wishlist it and you'll see. But yeah, so these are the different options, so on and so forth. All right, I'm gonna stop. This is kind of like I teach some classes via Zoom. This is kind of like when I'm using Zoom. Can you see my screen? Okay, so if we take a look at this, right? These are the three different expansions that you can get, right? Considering that you don't currently own one. In red, I've put the one that I would recommend far better. 30 euros in the rest of Europe. Yeah, man. Yep. gotta wait for the sale. I remember, I think I also got it on sale. Yeah, I did. I got it on sale for my alt account when it was 15 euros. Very nice purchase. So, there's a clear reason why I recommend you get the Heart of Thorns plus Path of Fire bundle rather than the latest expansion or End of Dragons, right? It's because they give you access to raids. So, if you enjoy doing, here, hold on. I'm just gonna write this down here like so. This is the primary content, like primary group content. Oh, don't want to do that. This is the primary group content. Buy at Christmas because of Christmas sales. If it goes on sale at Christmas, then yeah. So this is the primary group content that each one gives, right? So, like we said before, Heart of Thorns plus Path of Fire will give you access to raids. You have access to fractals anyways, right? So you already have access to fractals. So I'm going to put fractals down here. Excuse me. You already have access to fractals. You can, if you get End of Dragons, you'll get strikes. If you get Secrets of the Obscure, you'll get strikes. If you get Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire, you'll get raids, right? The other thing to consider is the, we talked about this a little bit before, but the elite specializations, right? So if I go here and I go to training, over here. So on Elementalist, Tempest, Weaver, and Catalyst are the three different options, right? But Tempest and Weaver are Heart of Thorns for Tempest and Path of Fire for Weaver, End of Dragons for Catalyst. So I would recommend getting Heart of Thorns plus Path of Fire simply because of the fact that you get 2 elite specs, right? And this is per class. So there are 9 classes in Guild Wars 2. This means that you unlock with one expansion 18 different ways to play the game, basically. Which is pretty crazy, right? You might not like all of them. That is the case for me, for example. I love Berserker on Warrior. I'm not a fan of the other 2 options, right? But on the other hand, I love what's it called? I forgot what it's called. The Guardian option. Firebrand. I love Firebrand from Path of Fire, right? So you'll get more value from some classes than others, depending on what you enjoy playing, right? But when you're looking at expansions, I would recommend getting Heart of Thorns plus Path of Fire, simply because you'll get the raids and you'll get the elite specs. So there we go. That's roughly a POV of hold on, let me make sure this is clear. Elite specs. Two. And also the mounts. Yep, true. Also the mounts. You get a lot more mounts in Path of Fire than you do in End of Dragons. Yeah, that'll do. It's really bad formatting, but it'll do. So yeah, in Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire, you get raids, elite specs, and mounts. You get 2 elite specs and the mounts. And in End of Dragons, you get the strikes and the elite spec. So not really worth it. Here you get, to be fair, you do get 1 mount in Secrets of the Obscure, the Sky Scale, which is really useful. But if you have Living World Season 4, then you don't really you're better off getting Livermore Season 4 than you are Secrets of the Obscure in my opinion. But honestly, get Path of Fire first because it's crazy good in terms of the mounts and the amount of mounts that you get. You get a turtle mount in End of Dragons, which is a 2-player mount, and it's slower, but it can deal damage. It's meh. Why would you not pay 30 to mount a fucking 3-headed albino dragon? Great question. The sky scale is cool. It does let you do a lot. But if you get Soto, that's all that you're getting. Versus if you get Path of Fire, you get the Raptor first, and then you get the Springer. You also get the Skimmer, and you get the Jackal. Plus, if you get Livermore Season 4, you get the Roller Beetle. And you can only get Livermore Season 4 if you have Path of Fire. And in End of Dragons, you get, I think this is what I forget what my shortcut is for it, but you get the turtle, which, meh. In my experience, meh. As opposed to, like, the sky scale, which is insane. And, like, absolutely insane. So, in short, Jackal looks nasty. Nah, man, it's crazy good. In a positive way. Yeah, dude. I mean, this is a skin on it. It doesn't normally look like this, right? But it teleports like this. You know, it's got like a little. Oh, it's crazy fun, and it's crazy cool looking. Look at it go. Yeah, and when it pounces, it does this in like a little sand explosion. It's very cool. It's very fun. Yeah. So, in terms of expansions, that's what I would say to get. I would say to get hold on. Yeah, the teleports are pretty cray. Let me show you what they look like by default. I think oh well this character who I'd never play will have it as default. Unless yeah, no, this is what it looks like by never mind. Never mind. He has it died for sure. Maybe this one. Oh. Da, 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 da. Yep, here we go. This is what it looks like by default. So let me do that so you don't see the UI anymore. Let me stand somewhere you can kind of see it. That's what it looks like. It's like flowing sand. But yeah, so flowing sand and like little shards, you know? There, I'm gonna teleport this like a little sand explosion. Just boop. That's what it does. And the pounce is like this. And then of course when it runs like this. It's pretty funky looking. I think in the Path of Fire trailer they had that. And you can just boop. You get like 3 different jumps that you do. They're based off of this little like endurance bar that you've got, which is what you normally dodge with, but when you're on a mount, it's not dodging. Boom, boom. All right. Back to this one. So yeah, that's how I would rank the expansions. If you don't own any yet, I think you'll get the best value out of the Heart of Thorns plus Path of Fire bundle, purely because you get so much in comparison to the others. But yeah, so that's that. Have we cleared up? Have we made it clear to you? If you mount a dragon, can you fly infinitely? No. Let me show you how it works. Hold on. When you get the sky scale, see this little green bar? That's as high as you can go up, right? And then when you press shift, you do like a roll forward like this, right? What you can also do is, let's say I'm flying, right? If you like glide, so here I'm going slightly down, right? Which is just how it works. But you can dash up a tiny bit, right? And I'm just going to get this chest because it turns out it's right here. Just a second. Nice. So if I'm on the dragon, as soon as she puts that away, all right, I'm on the dragon, right? See how the bar is depleted a little bit. What I can do is if I run up to here and then he'll like grab onto it in a way, I can hold down space and it consumes this yellow bar to refill this. Then I can fly up a little bit more, right? But you see how it got a little bit red towards the end there? And then it went back to normal. So if I just do this a little bit more so you can see it better. But yeah, see right there where it got red? And then I start going back down until it reaches like back to 0, right? So there is a limit. So no, you can't fly infinitely. You can float around infinitely. Like here, I'm not pressing anything, right? I'm just gonna move the camera around. You'll float in place. So you can do that. That is one thing you can do. So yeah, it's kind of funky. It is very cool. It is very, very cool. It was really like it caused a good amount of controversy when they first showed it because everyone was like, "Wow, why would I get any of the other mounts when this exists?" And to be fair, once you have it, you kind of don't really use the other mounts nearly as much, but you still use them. Like there's still places where I go, "Oh, I'd rather be using this mount than this mount." Ah, yeah. So if you get level 80, you can like play with me. Yeah, I mean, yeah, dude, like 100%. I mean, most of the time I just play on my own, but like, yeah, you can do fractals, 100%. Um, let's think, what else? Yeah, you can do fractals as you're level 80. Once you start getting a little bit of gear, like it's, yeah. Do you need to be in like a clan? So in Guild Wars 2 they're called guilds, right? They call them the same as the name. So if I press G, this is the one I have with my friends, right? But they've not been online in a little while. You can do stuff with your guild. You don't need to though, because again, like most of Guild Wars 2 is done with the LFG tool, which has its problems, but it is really good purely from the point of view of like, let's say I wanted to do fractals right now, right? I've been doing fractals already. I did my fractals today. But I go here, I do masters, I see Rex, DPS. Okay, I know that they're doing the Rex, so the 3 different ones, and I know that they're looking for DPS. I can just click join, and boom, I can play with them. It's been more than an hour. Now I'm chill. No worries, dude. Let's say here, tier 3 dailies. Okay, I know he's doing the dailies at tier 3. Well, he took his group off, so they're no longer there, right? Same here, tier 2 daily plus the Rex. Okay, I know they're doing the 3 dailies, and then the Rex. And since they're on tier 2, they're doing the tier 2 rec and then the tier 1 rec, right? So I can just click join and boom, I'm playing with them, right? Let's say, for example, I want to do raids, right? Okay, I know this is a guy who's looking for someone to join for these wings. This is a wing 7 training run. This one they're trying to do wing 7 as well. This one, wing 2 at Matthias, they want to have 30 KP, right? Which is proof that you've killed the boss. It's kill proof. So they want people, basically they want people who are a little bit experienced. They need heal and a lack DPS. These little abbreviations are unique to Guild Wars 2. All MMOs have them, but Guild Wars 2 has specific ones, right? In essence, they work around the boon system, right? I'm going to create another little paint document to explain this. But Guild Wars 2 runs with what's called boons. So these are the main ones that groups try and make sure they have. Quickness, alacrity. Healing isn't really a boon, to be honest. Might, fury, swiftness is another one. Okay, so here I've put the names in game, and I'm going to put what they actually do here, right? So alacrity reduces cooldowns. Quickness increases action speed. right? So let's say if I have an animation. So for example, in game right now, right? Let's say, see my number 5? See this little wind up. When I have quickness, it'll do it a lot faster. Then this little 2, another little bar, right? Or even my 1, when I attack, there's a little like bar, right? And there's a little time for the animation to play. If I have quickness, I will do it a lot better. You'll know if you give quickness by mousing over a skill and it'll tell you, right? For example, this one gives me super speed, right? Movement speed is greatly increased. So normally, I'm going to run in a straight line. This is how fast I run normally, right? If I use this, I start running a lot faster for a little bit, right? And then it runs out and I'm back to moving normally. So boons have a specific time that they're active, right? This is where gear comes into effect because certain stats on gear will increase how long the boons that you give out last. So ideally, you want to aim for, it depends, but the community has 2 websites, right? If you're looking for the ones, this is a guild, right? Snowcrows and Discretize, which is another one, discretize.eu. Oh boy, that's kind of messed it up, but oh well. Raids/strikes is what these guys are here for. And these guys are here for fractals. If you want to know roughly what groups are looking for from your class when you're trying to do group content in Guild Wars 2, you can pull up either one of these websites, right? If you want to do raids or strikes, you can pull up snowcrows.com because they're the guys who come up with builds that are kind of adapted around the content, right? So groups will always try and make sure that they have, I'm going to put a little star next to it. They will always make sure that they have, that didn't work, did it? Oh well, this will do. Alacrity. Just gonna, boop. That's not worked. Okay, whatever. Alacrity, quickness, and healing, which isn't on here, right? Because a healer class does its own thing. And there's different types of healing in the game. But essentially, groups will try and make sure, both in raids or strikes and in fractals, that they have alacrity, quickness, and someone who's healing, right? Because fractals are 5-man content, this means you have one guy who's providing alacrity, one guy who's providing quickness, and one healer, and then 2 other damage dealers. Because it's only 5-man, you really like classes in fractals that can do both at the same time, right? For example, Firebrand. Yep. So you're playing an engineer, right? With an engineer, you have the scrapper specialization from, hold on, let me load up my engineer so I can tell you what expansion it's from because I don't remember. This guy. Give it a bit while it loads. I'm gonna drink a bit of water. Okay, here we are. So on engineer, you have the scrapper specialization, which is from Heart of Thorns. Now scrapper has a quickness providing build, right? This means that essentially when you reach level 80 with an engineer, if you have the Heart of Thorns expansion, you can go create a scrapper. Oh, and you don't need to limit yourself to one specialization per character, right? You can unlock all of them on one character. For example, on my warrior, I have all 3 specializations unlocked, so I can play whichever one I want, right? But I don't necessarily have the gear to play everything because I've got a certain number of gear slots, right? So with an engineer, if you were to go ahead and go, okay, I want to do fractals, we know, okay, you can either build a damage dealer, which absolutely, you will be able to get into groups with a damage dealer, no problem. You always need damage, so it's always a safe bet. But keep in mind, everyone has a damage dealer, right? So it could be that you're competing with a lot more people to get a role, right? This is why people play support in Guild Wars 2 sometimes, right? It's why I started playing support, is because I found that it was really hard to get into groups as a damage dealer because other people were just faster than me at clicking like join, right? So to make it so that I could join more groups that might not be looking for a damage dealer, I would join groups as someone that wasn't a damage dealer. So I would provide either alacrity or I provide quickness, right? Or I would play a healer. I didn't do that much because I don't really like healing very much. But alacrity is something that I provided for a lot, right? And quickness the same. So let's say you were gonna go, okay, I want to do fractals, right? You go on discretize.eu, you find a build that suits the expansions that you own. Unfortunately, this is one sort of massive downside with Guild Wars 2, is that there's not many, if any at all, builds for non-expansion players. Like the problem is that a lot of the boon provision, this is because of the way that ArenaNet has made the game, right? So it helps them to sell more copies of the expansions, which makes sense from a business perspective, right? But to provide boons, boons are often tied to abilities that are themselves tied to elite specializations, which of course you can only get from expansions. So in order to, uh, you know, provide the boons, you need to own the expansion to get the specialization. So really, you should build a DPS basically. You should build a damage dealer up until you own an expansion, at which point you can for sure start doing boon provision, right? So you open Guild Wars 2 and you're in the middle of an event. Yeah, it happens, man. The events run on their own timers. So if we take a look at this little sort of diagram that I've put up, right? Groups will try and make sure that they have alacrity, they will try and make sure that they have quickness, and that they have a healer. And then afterwards, it depends on how many slots they have free, right? Guild Wars 2, with raids and strikes, is 10-man content. So 10-man content will mean that they have 10 slots to fill, and this is separated into two subgroups of 5 players, right? If I go into Guild Wars 2, yep, it's crazy good alacrity quiz. So this is a commander tag which lets me create a squad, right? I'm just gonna do this and this. Well, I would if it would stop double clicking. There we go. So here you see I'm the commander in my own squad, right? If more players join, this will expand really far, right? Up until when it reaches 5 players here, it'll start creating a new subgroup, right? So I'm going to leave the squad. Basically, because I only have so many little groups to fill, like so many slots to fill, right? I'm just going to create a very rough outline of what it looks like. Da, 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 da. I feel like this, and then we've got. I didn't know I could go diagonal. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, and then another 2. So don't want to do that. Just do this. Boom. So let's say I've got 10 slots to fill, right? I'm just gonna do this. Put that as alacrity, and I'll put this as quickness. I've got 1 quickness in each group, right? 1 alacrity in each group. I'm going to put green for healing. I've got 1 healer in each group. And then the rest can be DPS, right? So this is what a raid squad will typically look like. This is also why what you want to do is you want to end up basically having the ability to be one of these classes, because as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4 versus 6, right? So if you're able to play different roles, you increase your chances of finding a group. But if you play DPS, you still got a chance of finding a group. So don't worry about it, to be honest, because you always need DPS. You have some experience in this at least. Okay, I mean, I've never played League of Legends, thank goodness, from what I hear of it. But if they've got a similar thing, then great. If it helps you understand it, perfect, right? So in short, with no expansions, you're basically going to build a DPS class, right? So you're just going to focus on dealing damage. Once you're past level 80, up until level 80, do whatever you want, dude. Like, you're just playing through the story, you're finding out about the world, you're trying to figure out if you like how the game delivers content or not, right? Once you reach level 80, that's when you can start to look at the endgame content, which is in the video that I put in the chat. And there you go. That'll be that. Does that make sense? Does that sort of answer everything? Do you have a bit of a clear overview of like what there is to do in the game?
Melissa aid you.
Really does help a lot. Great. I'm happy to hear, dude. I am happy to hear. All right, I'm gonna go back to messing around in the Halloween festival. But first, I'm gonna clear this character's inventory. If you got any other questions after level 80, you can do cool stuff. Yeah, basically, like yes. Some people will tell you no, not really, but yes. In short, if you're not level 80, there's a lot of stuff you won't be able to do, and most of the game gets unlocked after level 80. So really, you're playing up until level 80, and then you're going, okay, do I like what I've played so far? Do I want to try group content? Because all the group content is level 80. Oh, you can do dungeons before. How do you farm experience fast? Play the story. Um, it sounds like a lie, but the story does level you up quick. There's also, if you look in the achievement section, and here the character adventure guide, these adventure guides, volume 1 all the way to volume 5. These are basically little achievements that you can do, right? That'll grant you a little bit of experience, and they will help you level up quickly, right? And this one grants you a lot of experience, right? So if I were to finish this, if I were to do a renown heart, I would get a bunch of experience really quick, right? And you can just mouse over these and see what they are. You can, if you go on like specific ones, yeah, never mind. You can't do what I was gonna do, which is you can put them into a watch list like this. But yeah, so that's how I would recommend you would do it if you were looking to gain a lot of experience. There is also, and this was added relatively recently with the latest expansion, if you're trying to gain experience quickly, there's a little system that they added, which is the daily system, right? So this existed before, but in a different form. They changed how it worked. If you look up here at the Wizard's Vault, right, you get these daily achievements you can do, right? So you do them, they get you a little bit of experience, and then you open up this chest here once you've done all of them, right? Well, you need to do logging in counts as 1, and you need to do 4. So you need to do 3 of them, and you get given 4 every day. They're also based off of the expansion that you own. So, for example, this one is based off of the first expansion, Heart of Thorns, right? And if I look in my weeklies, yeah, this one is also Heart of Thorns, right? So the weekly event here is from Heart of Thorns. The special is always going to be from the latest one, Secrets of the Obscure, right? There's also here a little holiday one, participate in 25 events in the Mad King's Labyrinth, which is pretty funky. But yeah, so there you go. And the reason why you want to do this is because you want to get Astral Acclaim. With Astral Acclaim, you can then go into Astral Rewards. You scroll all the way down. You can buy Tomes of Knowledge. One of these is 1 level, right? So, 35 of them for 8. What is, 8 times 35? What is that? Like, I'm just typing into Google. 280. 280 Astral Acclaim, which, let's say you were to do one of these, 280 divided by this, however many, right? After like a week of doing this, you'll probably have enough to get 35 of these. So 35 levels all in one go. So that is another way that you can do that. So if you can do that, I recommend it. Yeah, there you go. That's pretty much how you level up fast in Guild Wars 2, is doing that. Like, it's, man, this double click on my mouse is kind of annoying. But yeah, so it's not particularly complicated. It isn't, will it take time? Yes, of course, right? You won't be able to like zoom through it. It takes me 10 minutes to do the dailies. I don't know. Like if I was really going for it, it would take me maybe a bit less. But it's like it's a daily system, so a little bit every day, and it adds up. And there you go. That's basically how you would level up quickly. Mad King says is about to start up again. Ay, ay, ay. Convenient. That's a lot of ways to level up. Yep, it is a lot of ways to level up. The game is. This is one thing that Guild Wars 2 is really good for. It is very alt friendly, right? Because, of course, you have to level up each character to level 80. Yeah, the story is 100% the best way to start leveling up. Do them if you can, the dailies. If you can't do them, don't worry about it. You know, there's always tomorrow. That's the good thing about an MMO is that the dailies change every day, literally, right? So you can very easily go ahead and not do them today, do them tomorrow instead. If you can't play one day, no worries, right? Just play tomorrow. Or if you can't play that whole week, play next week. Easy peasy, right? But it's very friendly, right? Like it really encourages you to just get many characters. Because once you're at like, my account and you've got a bunch of characters, you can literally do anything and I can fill any role, right? I can do a healer, I can do alacrity, I can do all sorts of different ones, right? I can do damage. I've got like 5 different types of damage that I can deal, right? I've got like I think 2 Conde DPSs and like 3 or more power DPSs. It's just how it is, right? And it'll happen with time because you end up getting more and more of these. What's it called? Da, da, da. You end up getting more and more of these like ascended gear things, right? So you'll get them eventually. Like it's easy for me to say because I've been playing for 7 years, right? But like if you keep doing your fractals little bit by little bit, every time you do them, you get a little bit of you get the daily chest. Every single chest is a chance at ascended gear, right? So if you give yourself the maximum amount of chances, you'll get it, and it just works that way. Like it's straightforward. But again, like if one day you can't log in and do stuff, don't worry about it. Like there's always tomorrow. It's an MMO. It's not going anywhere. Like meh. It makes sense. Yep, yep. Once I've done this, I think I'll do one more round of the what's it called? Like clock tower, and then I will call it a day because I think I'll have made pretty good progress towards the annual achievement, and I've pretty much done all that I want. I even managed to do a raid wing today, so I'm happy. Only got one more left to do this week, and we are at where are we at? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? 11 legendary insights out of 25. So I'm pretty happy. Ah, there we go, yeah. I'll have to relaunch Guild Wars 2 if we're gonna do the tower. Man, that means I've been playing for like 6 hours. Wow. I guess I have been. Sorry, didn't have much to do today. I have to pick what I want from these. I don't think these look good at all. It's not too different looking than what I've already got. I guess I'll take this. Ta-da! Nice. 18,403 achievement points. Happy with that. Even though I'm not going to use this at all. What kind of stats does this have access to? Literally everything. Okay, see, this is a... I'm doing the Halloween achievement. I'm engaging with the festival because it's the Halloween festival dropped yesterday. So it's going on. I don't know until when, but starting from yesterday, it's going on. And actually, this is a really good shout for you, Shiavo. You should do this. And you as well, Level Death, if you're listening. This is a pretty good way to get exotic gear, right? I don't know if you saw the achievement that I just got. It's called Lunatic's Fashion. Collect an item of each armor slot from the Lunatic set. And you can go to Festival. Here it is, Festival Lunatic Wardrobe, right? 1 second, let me follow what this says. So, if you go to festivals, oh my goodness, my mouse, Festival Lunatic Wardrobe, and you can click on any one of these. Each one of these achievements is a piece of gear that is exotic and is stat selectable, so you can pick what stat you want. This one, for example, will give you the Lunatic Hat box, right? So as long as you know what your armor class is, and if you guys don't know, just say, and I'll throw you a little diagram, right? You can then get a piece of stat selectable level 80 exotic gear for your class. So it's really, really good, right? It's really, really good because every single year, and this is available right now because the festival is going on right now, you can get a full set of exotic gear that is level 80 for free, right? Literally just doing the content. So I recommend you guys do that. Nice. There we go. And that'll be the last little fragment. So we can double click there, make the Mad King's chest key, and then go over here and open the Mad King's chest. There we go, little opening animation. And we opened it and we didn't get much. Well, that's pretty disappointing, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, all that we got was ectoplasm, and that's it. Shame. Alright, let's open these. All 50. Ah, nothing great. Oh well. Open this, open this. Oh yeah, we picked medium foot armor. So stat selectable, medium exotic gear, which is gonna be great. I'm gonna pop that into here, which is where I keep all sorts of exotic armor. I think this is all my medium stuff and this is all light stuff. Yeah, that's what it was. Alright, so I'm gonna need to move this over to here and where is it? There it is. Here's where it went. I want to take this and I'll put it there. I'm gonna put this here for now, and I guess I'll keep that. No, I'll put it there. I'll put that there. Oh, and I gotta put this here so I can pick it up on my other character. And I have a lot of these pieces of candy corn. Oh my goodness. What do these look like? Oh my, dashing. It's kind of funky. Alright. I said I was going to do the clock tower, and I've got 23 minutes left on GeForce now before I have to restart. Funky, 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 funky. I have very close to 1,000. I'm gonna wait. Oh, is there an annual achievement for giving him that many? Let's see. Kill 100 of his minions. Defeat all 5 times in that. Sent to Madness. Impress him. Yep, so we've played 2 rounds, so next round will get us this achievement, which will be great. Carve pumpkins, do the clock tower. Yep, one more time. Okay, let's go do the clock tower one more time, and then I think that'll... We might see if there's anyone doing Ascent to Madness. And that'll be that, I think. Yeah, we'll just do the explorable one. I don't really care about doing it legit, I just care about, what's it called? Finishing the annual achievement. So we're gonna do, yeah, festivities. Boing. Mm-hmm. Ah. There you go. Number 3, time unmoving, and that is the annual one done. Very cool. How do you play with the ability set on the numbers? Oh, I have very big hands. But also years of practice is what I would say. I've never played piano, but I've always been told I should. And I'm not afraid to let go of the mouse to hit a key. Okay, we did that. Yeah, That's another Mad King says, but the next one I think is in 6 hours, so I'm not staying around to do that. Oh right, Ascent to Madness is what I said. Since we did that. Yep. Okay. Let's go out this way. Oh, here we go. This is the thing. So we need the pouch of... It's kind of funny. You think you want to start playing piano? Man, you know, I've always wanted to play an instrument. Because I grew up with a lot of friends who played instruments, and I always thought it was so fucking cool that they could do so, right? But I just never had the time. Like same as you, man. I never had the time, and I could never like think. Okay, every time I would think, okay, let's look at how much lessons cost. I'm like, okay, that's doable. And then I look at how much the instrument costs, and I go, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm ready to spend that much money on something I might not even like really enjoy. I almost wish like that they, what's it called, taught us how to like, or what's it called? They let us try out like different instruments, you know? So you could try out different instruments and then figure it out. I kind of wish that was a thing. I really kind of wish. How idiot. Yeah. What can I say, man? It is how it is. All right, let me see. Is there one for festivals? I don't think that there is. Of course, there's a bunch of lab farming. Of course, always. Crockbar, teleport to friends, still standing version. ATM. What is ATM? Oh man, I didn't even get this. Matt King's Raceway. Alright, let's go do that. Matt King's Raceway, because we need to do 15 different laps anyways. Do we have enough to give Drubert? No, not just yet. Let me move that to there. Yeah, we're almost at 1,000 extra. Labyrinth, Clock Tower. What's up with this guy? Bum bum bum. Mm. Nothing that I think looks worth getting. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this stuff. Oh, right, the weekly vendor. Yeah, none of this is really worth it except the chest of legendary shards. And the Tyrian exchange voucher. To be honest, the Tyrian exchange voucher is the most worth it, but I'm not farming that. No way. Where's the Mad King's Raceway? Another pumpkin. Bank. That's a lie and a half. Yep. Whereabouts? Hmm. Do I go here? Raceway. Yes, take me to the raceway. Found it. Alright, 16 minutes. That's long enough to do one lap at least, I think. Oop. Here you go, this is what I want to do. Yes, I have to do this 5 times to get as many of the... what was I gonna say? Oh, nice. As many of the achievement points as possible. That's what it is. Oh yeah, funky. Okay, cool. What do I want to pick? That is pretty cool looking, I will not lie. The staff is just funny. Staff is just funny, I'm afraid. The hammer, meh. The sword is meh. The dagger, maybe. No way. No way. No way. No. What does the shield look like? Oh, you know what? The shield is alright. I get the shield. I will get that. I think it looks pretty okay. And I'm gonna sell that, since I don't like how it looks. Okay. Where's the annual one? Yeah, we're on 4 out of 9, which is not bad. One more we can get this. How much longer do we have? Another 12 minutes. Hey, level death. Let's see. Do 15 races. Oh my goodness. Well, I guess we'll try and beat our time. Oh, shoot. Alright, switch to this one. You just found the place I was at before, the tower? Or you mean in Lion's Arch? Oh, with the jack-o'-lantern guy. Yeah, in Lion's Arch. Shoot, we equaled our time. What is this? Oh, right, complete any laps. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so in theory it's not possible to do it with just that. Shoot. Yeah, it's full of people with level past 200. Oh, okay. So, they're not really past 200. So if you look at the bottom left of my screen, you'll see I'm 473, right? The way it works is that's what's called a mastery level. So that is beyond level 80, it's expansion content, right? So to give players a sense of progression after they reach level 80, ArenaNet added this, right? Which is basically, it's like levels beyond level 80, but it doesn't work the same way. When we say masteries, what it really is your character level, your level from 0 to 80 is bound to your character, right? So only that character levels up when you level him up. Masteries affects your entire account. So that 473 that I have will be the same on all characters past level 80 on my account, because masteries are unlocked across my account. So, for example, examples of masteries, right? If you looked at central tier, we have ones like, where is it? This one, which is auto loot, right? That's a mastery, for example. That counts as 1 point. In Heart of Thorns, we have gliding. That counts as a bunch more points, right? Each one here is 1 extra point. In Path of Fire, you have here, every single one of these is a mount, right? So the Raptor mount is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points, right? And same with latest expansion. So see, I've still got some that I need to get, right? But that's what, and I could get this one if I had 1 more point. All right, I'm at 2 out of 3. But that's what the past level 80 means, right? So when you see 273 or whatever, all it means is that they've unlocked more content. All right, they've grinded the experience to level up their mastery and to unlock new content. So it could be that, for example, they've unlocked the mounts, right? The mounts give you a bunch of experience, but no one really looks at your mastery level, because it doesn't really show anything. It shows that you have mounts, and that's it, right? Whereas your actual level indicates the kind of gear that you can equip. It indicates the kind of like the maximum damage that you can deal, because of course it determines what kind of gear you can equip. So no one really looks at mastery level because of that. Does that make sense? Yep. Okay. Cool. So like, don't worry about that. It doesn't actually affect like how good someone is at content. Raids have their own masteries as well, which affect like how well you can do content inside them, if that makes sense. Like some raids you need to have certain masteries to be able to do, but you're still 36 and they're past 200. Yeah, but like Lion's Arch it's a capital, right? So you get people who are just like you know, they're below level 80, but you also get people who are maximum level. It's like a hub zone. Oh, I didn't realize I got that. You want to be past 200 as well? I mean, yeah, man. That's like everyone wants to be maximum mastery, just because it's like content to do, right? Like I told you, Guild Wars 2 has basically two phases: the pre-level 80 and the post-level 80. And the post-level 80 stuff is masteries. So like shoot, I missed that. You're flexing your cool mount skins that you bought with gems. You're flexing I guess you could flex your mastery level with your friends, but meh. You'll get there eventually, as long as you just keep playing the game and play through the expansions. It'll happen. You have absolutely zero friends playing the game. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, bro. I have one friend who, even though me and his brother tried to get him to the game, we never could. We even showed him fractals and so on. He even reached level 80, but he just wasn't hooked by it. And then me and his brother have been playing like 7 years. I think his brother created his account literally a week after I created mine, and we've done basically everything that there is to do in the game. But like, you can play the game entirely alone. I mean, that's what I'm doing now. you know, because what's it called? My friends decided to take a break as well. So, eh, you can play the entire game alone. Like the LFG tool lets you do all the group content on your own. You tried to tell them to install it. Yeah. I don't know. Some people don't like the art style. Some people think that like it's just not a good game. And then online reviews are kind of split on it. A lot of reviewers are like, "Oh yeah, it's not worth trying out." Some people play it, but then they don't really like get how the game is structured. You know, the whole like pre-80, post-80 phase. So they don't even reach max level, and then they kind of give their opinion. And it's like, well, of course you don't think it's very good. I mean, you haven't even played the whole game. Oh, I way overshot that. Like, it's not that bad. Like, yes, the game is fun, more fun with your friends, but it's plenty fun on your own as well. Like, you can do a bunch of stuff. Dun, 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 dun. Oh wow, that's really not cool. Here, oh, overshot that by a lot. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, come on. Ay, ay, ay. Alright. We've got 1 minute left, so I think I'm gonna call it there, and that'll be a day. How far along do we get on the racing? 8 out of 15. Alright. Well, thanks for watching, guys. And thanks for joining in. And there we go. I mean, that's pretty much it. That's basically all that I really wanted to do in Guild Wars 2 today. So I'm gonna call it there. And I will see you guys next time. So probably tomorrow. Yeah, man, it was a pleasure for me as well. I'll see you. I'll be online tomorrow. I don't know what time. Most likely around 5 p.m. or so, like UK time. That's when I generally go online. I don't know because I started streaming this week, so I kind of just go online whenever I want. It doesn't really matter. But yeah. So if you've still got questions, you know, if you've got different questions tomorrow, don't worry. Pop in, put them in the chat, and once again, I'll just do my best to answer them. And we'll see if we can help you figure out, like, you know, clear up any confusion you've got about the game and so on and so forth. All right. And with that, I'm going to go sleep. All right. See you around. Ciao.